A little late. All right, shalom everybody. Hope everybody's having a Tawab Shabbat. And let me see. Today, just a heads up for everyone. We start our Hanukkah gatherings and our ceremonies. We start on Monday. Okay. Well, it starts on Sunday night. We're going to run it from Sunday night through Monday night of next week. So there won't be any class starting this Monday all the way to next Monday. We'll be having time in San Antonio for us to gather around and spend time with each other, bond, the whole nine. But we'll sit back and let everybody know all the specifics and the dates and the times, all that good stuff. So we'll be coming together, just not for class like we normally do in our basic routine. Okay?
So not until next class, probably
next Wednesday. It'll be next Wednesday. Gotcha. Not this Wednesday coming up. The Wednesday afterwards will be the first.
Gotcha.
Time we come together and deal and so forth and so on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to get our prayers up and then start dealing in our topic. I don't know if we're going to have the time to finish this topic today, but we will try.
It's a good try though.
We're going to try.
Yeah, exciting topic today.
Well, it's exciting and uncomfortable and staggering and provocative and all these words. No, but it's some stuff online. What's that?
I mean, it's good.
Provocative. No, it's not good. Yeah.
Feel something.
Yeah, you gotta feel something.
Uncomfortable.
No, yeah, it's well.
We need that.
We're going into historically, but it's more historical today. But we'll go into it.
Let's do it.
Let's get our prayers out the way.
We got bitches.
Let's not even go there, bro. I'm undecided how I want to do these pictures.
We gotta go from educational purposes only.
It's all education, and we're not showing like live image shots and nothing like that. But let's go. Let's get it. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanel. Awar. Zayawam. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanel. Rayach. Nayachacha. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
See how it goes. 5, A, B, C, D, E. That's how it stays. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanel. Hashabbat. Ba'Shalom. Thawada.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. All. Haharya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shoshamaya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shoshamamar. Yashara. Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makal, Right, Yashemar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Kavalakya, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, I will Aman.
I will lift up mine eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Israelite Credo. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Eloheinu.
Eloheinu.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
Most prep.
Rocks on the stink.
I know. That's the point. Okay. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak Wathka. Zaba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Rataza. Hawa. Hayah. Bashemayim. Natananaw. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachanaw. Wathinaw. Chasalachanaw. Wathinaw. Wala'ah. Tab Ya'naw. Walasana what? Abo. Hawashaynaw. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Ha'ala. Hathapa'arat. La'ay Walam Yab. Amen.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah. Yahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Achoyim. Ayo. Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah. La'ayna. Laka. Pasal. Wala'ah. Ta'aybara.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Talach wacha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar. Ayawam. Hashabat. Laquanashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Habaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah. Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
La'ah. Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah. Tha'ayna. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah. Tha'chamat. Ko. Asherah. La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Ha'awa'ah. Nathan
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Okay, Israel Yishavim.
Take seats.
Okay, like I said earlier, we will have gatherings starting on Monday, so we won't be having class Monday through next Monday. So we'll be starting up classes. Let me get the exact date so there's no confusion. It would be probably the 28th of December. And we'll have classes back. So, just heads up so there's no confusion. The Jews have not dropped off the earth. We just had some time with the camp and with the school in San Antonio to embrace brotherhood and sisterhood in the families and the children, and to celebrate our high holy day, which we're talking about today. We're going to take a break from Kings just for a week. And the topic of the class is Prelude to Hanukkah, because all of us have heard the Hanukkah story pretty much consistently about how valiant the Jews were, how valiant the Maccabean family and group of people were in withstanding against the tyrannous and wicked and evil Antiochus Epiphanes. But a reason I had to title the class Prelude to Hanukkah is because there were events and situations and circumstances that opened the door for Israel and the temple to be ransacked and taken and defiled, with the altar being defiled. And we want to focus more on how the events led up to the temple being defiled, and then the Maccabees. We understand that scenario and how great those men were who stood up so courageously for the law. But we have to find out why there was just a handful of people that had to stand up so courageously for the law. So we're going to go into the prelude, the beginning of events that led to things falling apart for the Jews and the Greeks. Okay? So the first thing we're going to go into is 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1 through 9. And Karai, let's get it started.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyasha Aleph.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Banyashar, Amachim, Bro, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatham.
All right. We will be needing Josephus books today. We'll need some reading Josephus people out here in the streets. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so, Karai, let's get first Maccabees, chapter 1. So you can get this real quick. How do you want it? I'm being this more easily exposed. Okay, let's get this going, sir.
All right. First Maccabees, chapter 1, and verse 1. And it happened, after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian.
So Macedonian.
So
listen, Alexander the Great, or Alexander the Greek, son of Philip the Macedonian. Read on.
Who came out of the land of Chittim.
Now, what was important about Philip was that Philip united all the warring nation states of Greece. Before Philip came into power, Greece was just a mixed pish-posh of different tribal people coming together and fighting and going to war with each other. Before Greece was united, you had dark-skinned Greeks, you had Edomite Greeks, you had Israelite Greeks that didn't know they were Israelites. Or they could trace their lineage back to Israelites, but they still called themselves, for instance, Lacedaemonians. We'll go into that later. But there were a bunch of warring city-states that weren't united. And Philip, the second of Macedonia, united the Greeks. Then they came together from that unity. After he died, Alexander took over, and then they're the ones who pushed the kingdom to their limits. Okay, read on.
Had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes. How you pronounce
Medes,
it?
that's it.
Medes, okay. That he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece.
That's when they became a world empire, after they took down the Persian and Mede Empire. Okay, approximately 333 BC. Some historians say 331. Read on.
And made many wars and won many strongholds.
He stretched his kingdom from Greece all the way to India. So yeah, he went very far and had a great run in his reign. Read on.
And slew the kings of the earth.
In other books, like in Daniel's, he's referred to as the leopard because of how fast he was able to conquer all the known dark nations. He conquered all the world, so to speak, in 12 years. The known world in 12 years. Okay, read on.
And went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him.
All that means the entire earth was subject to the Greek Empire.
They're submissive to him.
They were submissive, and how they were submissive is they were able to sit back here and pay indemnities and tributes to the upkeep of the Greek Empire, and they're taking care of their soldiers and their men and the greater glory of quote-unquote Greece. Read on.
Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him.
Just like I said, once you took a nation over, now they had to pay you taxes and pay you just to well, protection. And protection is one, and just for the maintenance of the empire.
Okay.
You're gonna see how this is a very important thing, even leading to the Jews. You have to understand, hell, when the Jews were in power, what were they doing? When Solomon was in power, what was he doing to the people, to the Syrians?
Put him on a
He was taxing their ass. How about Moab? They was coming out of pocket. We were laughing and joking about that. Ha ha ha! The Jews are in power. Them Philistines had to pay that bread, or they was dead. Yeah, somebody made those dumb rhymes like that. And then we controlled we controlled the Arabians, we controlled Edom. We was in power, y'all. We talked that, which was a great moment in our history. But you know, guess what? We screwed the pooch. We lost power. Now, after the Jews fell apart, you had Babylon and you had Persian and Medes, and they had their power. And now you had the Greek Empire. And what you're seeing, for the most part, is the Greeks were interested in what? After they conquered you, they wanted your what? Your bread. They wanted your taxes, your money, your gold, your resources to keep. The thing is this: in order to keep empires afloat, you needed the resources from these other countries. You need to keep paying your military, because if you stop paying your military wasn't going to fight anymore. So that they banked on the tributaries and the taxes from each of these countries to sustain their empire, and all the other countries became vassal countries. All vassal countries' job and purposes is to maintain the head country. So whether you were dealing with now Babylon was a vassal country to Greece. Babylon, Syria, Assyria, Persia, India, Egypt, present day Turkey, which is like Cilicia and Galatia, Greece. All these countries were to uphold and benefit the country of the Greeks. Right? So let's continue.
Verse 5. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die.
At this point he found out he had syphilis. Things weren't going well at that time. Things are falling off, things go bad. Read on.
Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth.
Those are his generals. The guys he raised to be generals, he brought them together, knowing he was about to die. Because the truth is, he had a son, but he wasn't of age to take the throne. What ends up happening is they killed his son. He said, we want this money ourselves. We want this power ourselves. So they eventually killed his son after Alexander died.
That's crazy.
It ain't too crazy, bro. It happens every day in the streets, B. So once he split the kingdoms up, they just took their power and they used their own families to establish dynasties in these different parts of this country, this Greek empire, from Greece all the way through India. Read on.
And parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive.
Okay.
So
Matter of
Alexander.
fact, I think I have an image that I can go to to show, I don't know if I do, to show the extent, I don't think it's on this computer, to show the extent of the Greek Empire. Yeah, it's not in this computer. It's the one in the office. It's okay. So let's keep going.
Verse 7. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died, and his servants bare rule everyone in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years.
Just like I said, we're going to go into the Josephus to explain which of his generals did what and what land area they had control over. But there were 4 generals that split up the power of the Greek Empire. And then they started having empires reigned under their children, under their sons' names. But read on.
And evils were multiplied in the earth.
Evils were multiplied in the earth because you had the Edomite. This was the first Edomite kingdom that was ever in power. Even when you read in Daniel chapter 2, he tells you that out of all the nations' kingdoms, the Babylonian kingdom was still looked upon as a gold caliber kingdom. Then you sat back and looked at the Persian Media Empire, you looked at it was silver. So you could see that the caliber of the kingdoms were diminishing over time. And then the third kingdom was it was brass. Okay? Brass is not as valuable or as impressive as the silver and the gold before it. That brass empire, or that bronze empire, was the Greek Empire. Okay? So the diminishing of the nation, the caliber of how the kingdoms were constructed, kept diminishing over time. Contrary to what they tell you, that civilization began with the Greeks. That's one of the biggest lies ever.
That's a very convenient thing to say.
It's very convenient, but it's a big lie. Because they want to nothing ever happened. Don't even look at things pre-333. It was all us. We had the hottest shit in the streets, period, point blank. There's literal statements and stories in the Josephus that talked about Ptolemy, for example. Ptolemy commissioned his men to search out all of the greatest literature in the land. The Babylonian literature and the Hebrew literature was the top literature that they learned and studied from. And they prepped and propped up the Hebrew priest. I'm not going to go into the class because that'd take class even another hour and a half longer. But what happened is they hired Hebrews to do 2 major assignments for the Greeks. They said, okay, Hebrews, we need you to rewrite the Bible from Hebrew to Greek, 1. And then the second thing we need you to do is to write us a book of understanding of this Bible. Because this shit don't make no sense to us.
Wow.
Now, it was a Bible that was written from Hebrew to Greek, Septuagint. But then I need a separate book so it can make sense. It's like read the Bible for dummies.
What would have been one of the greatest books if we had found it?
No, they ain't having that shit out. Exactly, but guess where these books were written at? Alexandria. Alexandria is the greatest library in the world. It was Greek. What was inside of those Greek libraries? Hebrew knowledge.
It was Greek owned.
It was Greek owned, exactly. It wasn't Greek written. Because they'll tell you Greek literature didn't start. The Greek literature and the history of Greek literature started at the Odyssey. That's horrible. Greek literature started at the Odyssey.
You say the Oxy?
The Odyssey.
Odyssey.
The Odyssey. The Odyssey and the Iliad. That's when Greek literature started, by Homer. But these guys had no history before, like, right after Israel got split apart. After the 9.5 got taken out, after that, that's when their history starts. When we got up there. By the time we migrated up to Greece is when history started. For them. But history had been going on for hundreds of years before that. So it was just showing you that their knowledge and understanding of times was way behind, and they had to play catch up by learning from Chaldean knowledge, Babylonian history, and our history. Okay? And Egypt's culture. Yes, ma'am?
Is that where like the whitewashing started too? Or?
Yeah. It also tells you in different parts of the Josephus how the Greeks stole everything.
Mm-hmm.
They stole our ideology, our philosophy, our knowledge, our understanding. They took it from a mixture of the major cultures that preceded them. Nothing was ever theirs. Nothing was ever theirs. I don't want to go there. I could. I won't go there though, because it will take class even further away.
I think the only thing that can be attributed to the Greeks is the concept.
Alexander.
The concept of Congress or
Well, government's different. How they structure their government.
yeah, that was different from the aristocracies or the kingships of the past.
But that happened really with the Romans.
Yeah.
The Romans set their government up like that. Not even the Greeks. The Greeks had a kingship and lords. Anyway, so did you finish verse 9?
Yes, sir. Now,
Let's go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 1, paragraph 1. We're only going to read halfway.
You said chapter 1, right?
Yep.
Okay. Paragraph 1. Page 308. The Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 1, and paragraph 1. Now when Alexander, king of Macedon, had put an end to the dominion of the Persians.
We just read that in 1 Maccabees 1, that Alexander the Greek took out the Persian Empire. Read on.
And had settled the affairs of Judea after the forementioned manner.
We'll explain how Alexander set up the matter and the issue that he had with Judea in a second. I didn't think I was going to go into it, but I think I need to go into this. So let's keep going.
He ended his life, and
he didn't kill himself. He died. Read on.
And as his government fell among many, Antigonus obtained Asia.
Asia is referring to Syria, Israel, Babylon, Turkey.
Ancient Asia, right?
It's more like the Middle East. Okay, read on.
Seleucus Babylon, and of the other nations which were there.
Now listen, the thing was this. Antigonus had parts of Asia. Seleucus had Babylon. But what Seleucus ended up doing is going to war with Antigonus and taking over the entire Asia region, which included Babylon, Asia, Syria, present-day Turkey. So it was with Antigonus and Seleucus, but Seleucus ended up taking Antigonus' land. Read on.
Lysimachus governed the
Hellespont. Hellespont is part of where Greece connects to Turkey. Okay? It's the western part of it. Read on.
And Cassander possessed Macedonia.
That's the land of Greece. Cassander controlled Greece. Okay? Lysimachus controlled Hellespont, which was a major port city where a lot of money was being made. Read on.
As did Ptolemy.
Ptolemy. The P is silent. It's dumb, but it's true.
Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, seized upon Egypt.
Ptolemy controlled Egypt. Read on.
And while these princes ambitiously strove one against another.
So initially it was 5 generals that the land was split up with. It ended up turning to 4. Lysimachus, Cassander, Seleucus, and you had at the bottom it was Ptolemy. Read on.
Every one for his own principality.
Every one of those men had sons and children and dynasties behind them. Now what you'll read, Daniel's 11 talks about, when you read Daniel's 11 prophesies about the wars between the king of the north and the king of the south. We'll get into it one day, but this is a lot of reading. But the king of the north and king of the south is in with the Syrian wars. Okay? The Syrian wars that had to do with the Seleucus Empire, the Seleucus reign, versus the Ptolemaic reign. Seleucus was in the north, Ptolemy was in the south. And Daniel's 11 deals extensively with that war. Now, the reason that war is important because it has to do a lot with the Jews. Because as they were fighting and tussling, there was a place called it's called Syro, Syria. And Syria is included in the land of Israel. And depending on the king and the leader at the time, you might have had the Ptolemaic Empire that had control of the Jews, or you might have had the Seleucid Empire that had control of Jerusalem. It just depended on which king had more power and influence at the time. Just to make sure we're painting this picture right. Read on.
Come. Everyone for his own principality. It came to pass that there was continued wars, and those lasting wars too.
Those lasting wars were those Syrian wars, specifically with Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic dynasty, because it was Ptolemy 1, Ptolemy 2, Ptolemy 3, Ptolemy 4, Ptolemy Philopator. Then you have Seleucus 1, Seleucus 2, Seleucus 4, Antiochus. All these lines were under the Seleucid name or the Ptolemaic name. Okay, read on.
And the cities were sufferers.
The cities were sufferers because depending on who had jurisdiction over you, you had to go to wars and defend those countries. Okay, that family line. If Ptolemy had control, you were going to go to war for Ptolemy. If Seleucid had control over Syria, you were going to sit back here and fight for Seleucid Empire. Okay, read on.
And lost a great many of their inhabitants in these times of distress.
Now, for the most part, a lot of the nations were losing a lot of lives fighting for these different Greek empires for their conquest of power, rulership, and authority on earth. Read on.
And so much that all Syria, by the means of Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, underwent the reverse of that denomination of Savior, which he then had. He also sees...
No. That's all I want from there.
Okay.
Because I want to kind of stay on topic.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to go into this. Go back one. Go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 8, paragraph 5.
Come.
This explains when Alexander entered Jerusalem. Okay? This is important to kind of set the tone of the relations between the Greeks and the Hebrews from the beginning. Read that.
Come. Antiquity of the Jews, book 11, chapter 8, paragraph 5, page 307. And when he understood that he was not far from the city, he went out in procession with the priests and the multitude of the citizens. The procession was venerable, and the manner of it different from that of other nations.
So what's happening is the Jews went out to meet Alexander. The high priest and the people went out to meet Alexander as they knew Alexander was approaching to Jerusalem. Read on.
It reached to a place called Sapha, which name, translated into Greek, signifies a prospect. For you have thence a prospect both of Jerusalem and of the temple. And when the Phoenicians and the Chaldeans that followed him thought they should have liberty to plunder the city.
So the Phoenicians and the Chaldeans thought that because they had already bowed down to Alexander, Alexander was going to come to Jerusalem, ransack it, destroy it, and the Chaldeans and the Phoenicians were going to get what's left of the spoils. Read on.
And torment the high priest to death, which the king's displeasure fairly promised them. The very reverse of it happened. For Alexander, when he saw the multitude at a distance in white garments.
The whole multitude was in white. All the Jews were in white when Alexander came in. It would have been better if I would have gave you paragraph 4, but I don't have time. So as Alexander is entering into Jerusalem, he sees a nation in all white. Read on.
While the priests stood clothed with fine linen, and the high priest in purple and scarlet clothing, with his mitre on his head, having the golden plate on which the name of the Most High was engraved.
So the priests were in purple, all the people were in white, ready to submit themselves to Alexander. Read on.
He approached by himself and adored that name, and first saluted the high priest. The Jews also did all together.
So listen, he said, Alexander went alone, said he adored that name that was what was the Most High's name on the priest's breastplate. Then what happened, he says the Jews all together, no, the high priest saluted him, no, he saluted the high priest.
Yeah.
He said, first salute the high priest, and the Jews did all together. All the Jews saluted Alexander as one. Can you imagine how powerful that was? Like? They all saluted Alexander in one word, in one mindset. Read on.
With one voice.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Read on.
Salute Alexander, and encompass him about. Whereupon the kings of Syria and the rest were surprised at what Alexander had done, and supposed him disordered in his mind.
They're like, why would Alexander go alone to all these rowdy ass killers? Don't you know these damn Jews will straight murk this dude and end the rebellion in a minute? But there's a reason Alexander went alone. Read on.
However, Parmenio alone went up to him and asked him how it came to pass that when all others adored him, he should adore the high priest of the Jews.
He said, why every other nation was just bowing down to you? They showed some resistance, which is why he came down. He came down to go to war. So this Parmenio said, why the hell you sit back here and all the nations were sitting back here and bowing down to you? How come you showed such a favor towards the Jews? Read on.
To whom he replied, I did not adore him, but that power who honored him with that high priesthood.
He says, I'm not adoring them. I'm adoring the power that made those priests be the heads. Read on.
For I saw this very person in a dream, in his very habit, when I was at Dios in Macedonia.
When I was in Greece, I had a vision that this was going to happen.
The same vision.
I had a vision that I was going to see this priest and these people in this clothes, this purple, this white, this high priest. I had a vision of it. Read on.
Who, when I was considering with myself how I might obtain the dominion of Asia, exhorted me to make no delay, but boldly to pass over the sea thither. For that he would conduct my army, and would give me the dominion over the Persians.
So this is also when he was thinking about how the hell am I going to take over Asia and then take out these damn Persians? Because don't forget, initially they staved off the Persian invasion of Greece. And once they staved off the invasion of Greece, they started going and taking the fight to the Persians. But they first had to go through Asia first. And how do I get through all these countries and cities and work my way all the way to Persia? So as he's debating this, the Spirit told him, just go. And I will work your army and figure this way out for you. And by the way, when you get to when you see these people, give them a break. It proves to you, even when in Daniel's word, Christ said, listen, he was withstanding against the prince of Persia. Meaning the Most High was on the Greek side for this to happen. It was the Greeks' time to rule. It was all these people's different time to rule. So it was the Greeks' time to rule.
Well,
Thank you, sir. So now, let's keep going.
Come. Line 335. Once it is that having seen no other in that habit, and now seeing this person in it, and remembering that vision and the exhortation which I had in my dream. I believe that I bring this army under the divine conduct.
He said he understands that the Most High is with me now. It was confirmation that the Most High was going to be there to finish out the rout of the Persians and the conquest of the Eastern world. Read on.
And shall therewith conquer Darius and destroy the power of the Persians.
So he's happy because this was confirmation of everything the Most High was telling him before. He said, cross over Macedonia, I'll be with you. Take over Syria. You're going to see these people, and this is going to be confirmation that Darius is a dead man. Read on.
And that all things will succeed according to what is in my own mind. And
This was his confirmation to follow the Spirit, so to speak. Read on.
And when he had said this to Parmenio, and had given the high priest his right hand, the priests ran along by him, and he came into the city. And when he went up into the temple, he offered sacrifice to the Most High.
Didn't the scripture say when a man's ways please the Most High, even his enemies be at peace with him? So Alexander, which was a Greek, his mama was an Israelite, probably, or Israelite of nation, but she probably was some Walla Greek tribe, but she was Israelite. She was of a tribal scenario. His daddy was an Edomite. Point is, he went down and was sacrificing on the altar in behalf of the Jews and in acknowledgement of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
According to the high priest's direction, and magnificently treated both the high priest and the priests. And when the book of Daniel was showed him,
there you go. They showed him the prophecy of him coming into power. Daniel's 2, Daniel 7, Daniel's 8. Read on.
Wherein Daniel declared that one of the Greeks should destroy the empire of the Persians.
They knew that back then, bro.
Yeah. Plus, he used to seek out answers from the Temple of Delphi.
Yeah.
He was always looking for answers on if it was his time, looking for a sign.
But he knew this was, he followed this was one of the Delphi joints.
Yep.
Read on.
He supposed that himself was the person intended, and as he was then glad, he dismissed the multitude for the present. But the next day he called them to him, and bade them ask what favors they pleased of him.
So not only he was coming to destroy the Jews, not only did he squash the beef, he said, what do y'all need? What do y'all need in y'all country to keep y'all afloat? Read on.
Whereupon the high priest desired that they might enjoy the laws of their forefathers, and might pay no tribute on the 7th year.
Listen, they were just like, first of all, the priests at this time were right on point. Listen, you know what the priests understood? Their time to rule on earth was what? Was over. They lost their reign. If they were able to show that the Greek Empire was going to have a reign, that also shows what? The Hebrew Empire was what?
Fallen.
It was kaput. It was over. So, if you can accept that the Hebrew Empire was kaput, the Jews were going to have to capitulate and be what states? Vassal states. And this is the moment where there had to be an acceptance that, hey man, you're going to have to pay your taxes, pay your dues, and serve the global empire. You know what kills me? Jake be tripping. I don't want to pay no bills. I don't work no job. All the job is work. Well, get off your ass thinking this. What do you think it is? You in hell. You're in hell, and this isn't your kingdom.
Mitt Romney don't pay.
Well, nigga, you ain't Mitt Romney, and you ain't the one in power.
Right.
You the servant nigga that's on the east side of the town. And guess what? You gotta accept that. You know why I say that? The Jews, and it's still, hey, our time is up. We gotta serve. They went in and they humbly served the Greek Empire. He said, Alexander, you're the man, bro. Anarchy! Rage against the machine, man. Rage. Listen, man. The Most High is going to pull us out of this situation.
Yeah.
Until then, Moses said, render unto what?
Caesar, what is Caesar?
You got to render unto Caesar what Caesar is. Render unto the Most High.
Are in slavery because you didn't keep the commandments.
Exactly. You screwed up. You screwed your pool. You fumbled the bag.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to secure the bag. No, nigga, y'all fumbled the bag. Israel, we fumbled the bag. So now we got to render unto Caesar what's Caesar's, and render unto the Most High what's the Most High's, right?
Yeah.
So when Alexander said, "What do y'all need?" He didn't say, "We don't want to pay no bills. Bills are for scrubs, and we ain't scrubs." They didn't say that.
And I want to pull this out here. Just simple definition: vassal, a holder of land by feudal tenure or conditions of homage and allegiance.
Yeah.
So it's a holder of land
Listen.
by feudal tenure or conditions of homage and allegiance.
The Jews understood they were vassals. Did they have knives in their hand when they went to meet Alexander? They went out in front of Jerusalem, and they were ready to bow themselves to him and salute him. They accepted him to be the power that was next up. Why is that important? Because all they asked for was what? Allow us to follow the laws of the Most High. Allow us to serve the Most High. And on the 7th year,
Have Jubilee.
on the 7th year, let us not pay tax in the 7th year. Why? Why could they not pay tax in the 7th year?
That's year of Jubilee.
No, Jubilee's 50 years.
50 years.
50.
But every 7th year, you got to do what?
You gotta
Sabbath,
stop. You don't let your crops die.
Let the ground
Yes.
rest.
That's the point.
Okay.
So they're like 7th year, we can't pay what you want because in the 7th year, we don't work.
Produce crops. Yeah.
Our crops take a break. So that's the only conditions that they asked for. Which meant what? For every 6 years, guess what you're doing?
Working.
You working and you paying your bills. And you guess what happens? Guess what happens to all the tributary states, vassal states? What happens to a tributary and vassal state? How about the economy of the Hebrews during the time of the Greek Empire? How was the economy of the Hebrews during the time of the Greek Empire? Just make a guess. You had enough to survive. And all your extra went to who? The white man.
Yeah.
How about that?
Tribute to Alexander.
It went to the white man.
Mm-hmm.
You had to pay your tax to the white man. All your extra went to the white man. Now, that's the point. But when you read in the tone of this paragraph, what was the tone of this paragraph? It was a very gracious, happy, joyous occasion that the Jews were going to be servants and their lives are going to be spared, and they were able to serve the Most High the way the Most High intended them to be. That was supposed to be what? Enough.
Grace.
That was supposed to be enough. You're in your own homeland. You're able to serve the Most High, follow His laws and commandments, and your extra had to go to the Greeks. And that was the deal off rip. That was the damn deal. Right? Let's continue.
He granted all they desired, and when they entreated him that he would permit the Jews in Babylon and Media to enjoy their own laws also.
So he even allowed the Jews in Babylon and in Persia to follow the laws too unimpeded. Read on.
He willingly.
What else can you ask for? Now you can ask for more if you're greedy. But you know what? What was it supposed to be? My freedom to serve the Most High, unimpeded. To not have the Greek philosophies imposed on them. Mm-hmm. A lot of times when you read about the story of Hanukkah, it's talking about, oh man, the cold-ass white man came in, he pushed his Hellenistic religion on us. Damn the white man. Right? Yeah. Isn't that how we hear it? It ain't how it started. It ain't how it started. How it started was the deal was, we follow the laws, We pay our taxes, we pay our indemnities, we pay our debts. In exchange, for you not coming in here and destroying us and whipping our ass. Because we accept this was the Greeks' time to run the earth. Right? It's important to set the tone like this. Read on.
He willingly promised to do hereafter what they desired. And when he said unto the multitude, when he said to the multitude that if any of them would enlist themselves in his army of this condition, that they should continue under the law of their forefathers and live according to them, he was willing to take them with him. Many were ready to accompany him in his war.
Jake always want to fight. So I can follow the laws and whip up on these dudes?
One of the conditions you gotta fight for.
Yep. So anyway, that's what's happening.
Okay, they didn't have a problem with
They were allowed to do what?
fight.
Follow their laws
Follow their laws.
and commandments. Now, anyway, that's the tone. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is go to 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. And there came out of them a
Now we're
wicked
going
root.
all the way many years down the line after the kingdom got split up into these different generals' hands, and their sons and their sons' sons and their sons' sons' sons came into power. Now we get many generations in the line, many wars between the Ptolemaic Empire and the Seleucid Empire, which was referred to as the Syrian Wars. Okay, read on.
And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome.
Antiochus the king, if I'm not mistaken, he was Seleucid the fourth. He was Seleucid the fourth. But anyway, read on.
And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
And he said, who had been an hostage in Rome. He was a hostage in Rome when Antiochus fought against the Romans and lost. And part of the way that the Greeks secured the debt to the Romans was that their younger son, Antiochus, had to stay in Rome as a hostage to ensure that the Greeks kept up on their payments to the Romans. It was about payments. What you're going to start seeing is the Romans defeated the Greeks in war, and the punishment, you owe us this amount of money per month. It was about bread, because the money supported the whole machine. The money supported the running of the empire. Logistically, supplies, paying of the military men, getting the transportation of supplies to feed the men, to house the men, to take care of the guys. You were nothing without your army. But you needed money to keep the army up. Money and resources. So why am I saying this? What was more important than the Hellenistic rituals that the Greeks were trying to impose in the world? It was the money first and foremost.
Yeah, the financial support.
The Greeks wanted your money, and then when the Romans came in, they wanted your money. That was more important than the implementation of the Hellenistic religion. And that was there too. But that wasn't the number one thing that was being imposed. Finance was being imposed. Keep that in mind. So continue.
Verse 11.
No, I don't want verse 11 yet. Now we go to Antiochus of the Jews, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 10 through 11. Now this chapter might be a little bit of confusing reading, but I want to kind of get through this, because this is the first time in the Josephus that Antiochus is discussed. Book 12, chapter 4. Chapter 4, paragraph 10 and 11.
Okay. Yeah, page 321. Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 4, and paragraph 10, line 23. At this time, Seleucus.
It's that same Seleucid dynasty.
Okay.
Read on.
At this time, Seleucus, who was called Soter, reigned over Asia, being the son of Antiochus the Great.
Okay.
And now,
Hyrcanus'
father, Joseph, died.
Listen. Okay, read on.
He was a good man and a great magnanimity, and brought the Jews out of a state of poverty and meanness to one that was more splendid. He retained.
Now stop. Now, what this just to give a brief understanding about Joseph. What was happening at this time is, like I had mentioned earlier, everything was about finance and taxes. There was a high priest at the time. I don't have time to read it because there's a lot of damn reading and there'll be some nodding off, and I'm so tired of so much reading going on. So what I'm trying to do is paraphrase the situations. There was a guy named Joseph who was the governor or the administrator or the go-between between the high priest in Israel, which was at that time Onias II or Onias I. He was the go-between, or he became the go-between between the high priest of Israel and the governors of the Seleucid Empire. This is important because this particular Onias was a lazy dude who didn't want to pay bills out. And it tells you this guy Onias didn't want to pay bills. He didn't want to pay money to the white man. And he sat back and said, I don't care, man. Go sit. I don't want to pay these bills. He pretty much didn't want to pay the bills. He didn't want to pay the debt that was imposed on the Jews to pay the debt to upkeep their end of the empire. So Onias didn't want to sit back here and pay. What ended up happening is the governor of the Greeks got pissed off and started sending men down there to find out why these niggas ain't paying their damn bills.
Why ain't you paying? Okay. When can we receive payment?
Yeah, we're here to pay. We're getting this bread out. We got swords in the back. Y'all want us to bring an army? What are you doing? How come you're not paying your bills? Then this man named Joseph, being the magnanimous or the intelligent or what's the word? The industrious man he was. He found a way to broker a deal with the governors and leaders of. It was really the Ptolemaic line. That he worked to deal with them. And read on. Read what it says after this.
Come. He retained the farm of the taxes of Syria and Phoenicia and Samaria. 22 years.
He became the debt collector for the entire region. What he did is he promised the Greeks that he was going to sit back and bring his money in for the Jews, and he was going to go strong on these damn Syrians, these Phoenicians, and these Sumerian suckers. They're going to get their money from them too. And when he did that, he convinced the Greeks to back off of him and the Jews.
That's a good one. That's a good one right there.
He sat back here and what he did is all four of these countries petitioned the Greeks to say, listen, man, all we got is this money. All we have, we don't even pay taxes. This guy Joseph said, these niggas are lying. He said, they can double this shit out. I'm going to get you that money. I'm going to get you that money. They can double the money. They trying to shortchange you, king. And he was like, proceed.
Like a gangster movie.
Tell me how they're hustling me. He said, I promise you, because they were all bidding. It's like, every year when you have your house, and they speculate on how much taxes you owe.
The appraisal.
Mm-hmm. But it's based on the value of your house. And everybody that has half a brain says, oh man, the deterioration and the diminishing of the house. This house is worth $100,000. It has to be.
Yep.
Look at all these breakdowns of the house. But really, it's just worth $300. But you want to lower your taxes. and all these other countries were like, listen, we can't pay king, we can't pay you, king. Joseph was smart enough to take the heat off the Jews, back off these Greeks from trying to come and destroy us, and he worked a deal out that he was the head tax collector of all the region.
He bought the debt.
He bought the debt. He bought time, and he made the Greeks money. You know what the Greeks did? I like you, Joseph. I like you. You're a good man. Take care of this man. Take care of those Jews. And he saved the Jews from, once again, imminent destruction. But Onias was being a greedy, penny pinching sucker. He just wanted to sit back and do priest work and sit in his ass and not crunch numbers out. It's the truth. He didn't want to pay bills. He was disorganized. He said, oh, whatever happens, happens, bro. I don't got the money. And he was going to sit back here and bring all this heat to the Jews. Why am I going into this? Why am I taking my time to even explain paragraph 10? Because the Greeks were about their what?
Money.
Their taxes, bro. They wanted their money. They weren't sitting back here sweating ideology as much as they were sweating money. Because it took money to run an empire. And this guy Joseph began to be the farmer of taxes of Syria for 22 years. Read on. And that helped save the Jews from being oppressed by the Greeks. Read on.
His uncle also, Onias, died about this time.
Now don't get confused. There's a lot of Onias is coming through here. So just let it flow.
And left the high priesthood to his son Simon.
Okay, so now that Onias guy was when I was telling you about. They didn't want to pay the bills. That Onias didn't pay the bills. He died. Joseph saved the day. And Joseph's son was Hyrcanus. We just read it earlier. But keep going.
And when he was dead, Onias, his son, succeeded him in that dignity.
So now you had Simon. Then it was Onias, Simon, and another Onias came behind him. Right? Read on.
To him it was that Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians.
Yeah. That's Lacedaemonians.
Okay, Lacedaemonians. Okay, sent an ambassage with an epistle.
The Lacedaemonians are in Greece. Just know that the Lacedaemonians are Greeks. You can look it up on your Google machine. Okay, Lacedaemonians are Greeks. Read on.
The copy whereof here follows.
This was a letter that the king of the Lacedaemonians wrote to high priest Onias. Read on.
Con, we have met with a certain writing, whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Lacedaemonians are of one stock.
So this right here proves without a shadow of a doubt that the Greeks, Lacedaemonia was in Greece. That proves the Greeks were Jews. A lot of Greeks were Jews, and a lot of Jews went up to that location.
So would they be properly called Grecians? As being Greek-speaking Jews?
Well, maybe. Or they're just Greeks calling themselves Greeks. So it was, if there's Jews who knew they were Jews up there. But then that means there was Israelites that didn't know where they were, but they was living up there. It just shows our people were all over that Europe region at the time.
Jews and the Gentiles to the mind?
Yes. Because listen, read that from the top again. We have met with certain writing.
Con, we have met with a certain writing.
That means they just learned this shit out.
Mm-hmm.
They just figured it out. Oh, BTW. We come from Abraham's stock.
Mm-hmm.
Read on. So they don't know the law. They're not detailing the law. They live like Greeks. Read on.
Whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Lacedaemonians are of one stock, and are derived from the kindred of Abraham.
No doubt. Read on.
It is but just, therefore, that you, who are our brethren, should send to us about any of your concern as you please.
Now listen. This is why later on, Judas writes a letter to the Lacedaemonians too, asking for help. He does a letter, but the dialogue had already been started.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Read on.
we will also do the same thing and esteem your concerns as our own, and will look upon our concern as in common with yours.
So they're starting to make a pact. Read on.
Dematoles, who brings you this letter, will bring your answer back to us. This letter is foursquare, and the seal is an eagle with a dragon in his claws.
Read on.
And these were the contents of the epistle, which was sent from the king of the Lacedaemonians. But upon the death of Joseph, the people grew
seditious. So what's happening is this, like in all things, Joseph had, listen, because Joseph masterfully manipulated the taxes, and he was the tax enforcer of the entire region, there was peace amongst the Jews for 22 years, right? Now Joseph dies, now there's seditions. Everybody's fighting for that seat, everybody's fighting for that position, and more specifically, everybody's fighting for their own self-interest. Mm-hmm. What it's showing you is that it no longer was cool to be broke. It was no longer cool to stay in your place, pay your taxes, and exist in harmony. Now there's seditions amongst the Jews, amongst the different factions in Jerusalem for power and influence. Read on.
On account of his sons, for whereas the elders made war against
Hyrcanus. Now Joseph had 8 sons, but Hyrcanus was the honorable one. The other ones were dirtbags. And I'll go into another class about why they were dirtbags. But they weren't, they were lazy. They didn't take anything serious. The youngest son had the most spirit and was about doing things the right way. So there was a bunch of fighting amongst the family lines. What you see is the rulership kept going from father to son, father to son, father to son. It was supposed to be Joseph, then Hyrcanus, but the other older brother stepped in and was fighting it. Read on.
Who was the youngest of Joseph's son. The multitude was divided, but the greater part joined with the elders in this war.
So what it's saying is, like most of the time, the numbers go with the ones who are about the flesh. The numbers side to the rebellious ones. Read on.
As did Simon, the high priest, by reason he was of kin to them. However, Hyrcanus determined not to return to Jerusalem anymore.
What ends up happening is Hyrcanus gave up. It was too much against Hyrcanus. And he sat back here and said, you know, forget it, bro. I'm just going to go and build my zone somewhere else. So now their sons came in and helped with the diminishing of the empire. Read on. Or not the empire, just the jurisdiction. The vassal state of Jerusalem. Read on.
But seated himself beyond Jordan and was at perpetual war with the Arabians, and slew many of them and took many of them captives. He also erected a strong castle and built it entirely of white stone to the very roof, and had animals of a prodigious magnitude engraven upon it.
So he went to the Arabians' land, whipped on them, carved out a little niche for him, a little land for him, built up fortifications near a cave. Read on.
He also drew round it a great and deep canal of water. Canal of water. He also made caves of many furlongs in length, by hollowing a rock that was over against him, and then he made large rooms in it.
Let's jump a little bit. Go to this place is between Arabia and Judea. I don't know if y'all can find that.
Say it again.
This place is between Arabia and Judea. I'm just going to jump because it's just explain how this fortification.
Go to line 233 in the middle of line, at the end of the line 233. Sentence 233 in the parentheses. See 233 in parentheses.
Yeah, 233. Yeah, see it right here.
This place is between.
This place. Okay, yeah, I see it. This place is between Arabia and Judea, beyond Jordan, not far from the country of Heshbon. And he ruled over those parts for 7 years, even all the time that
Seleucus. This was Seleucus the fourth. Read on.
Seleucus was king of Assyria.
Of Syria, yes.
Syria.
Read on.
But when he was dead, his brother Antiochus, who was called Epiphanes, took the kingdom.
So, as Jerusalem is diminishing and there's no real leadership and there's no buffer between the high priest, the governor, there's weak governorship amongst the Jews. The high priest has his position. There's starting to be chaos. Now Antiochus is rising up. The rightful heir was Hyrcanus. He got pushed out because negative guys pushed him out. He was the industrious one. You read it in earlier chapters. He was the one who Joseph said, that's the guy I want to build with. But the brothers played cool until his dad died. Then they took over. They actually tried to kill him. His 7 brothers tried to kill him. But that's broken down later on, or earlier. But keep going.
Ptolemy also, the king of Egypt, died, who was besides called Epiphanes. He left 2 sons, and both young in age. The elder of whom was called Philometor, and the younger Sychon. As for Hyrcanus, I'm saying it right?
Yes, Hyrcanus.
Hyrcanus, when he saw that Antiochus had a great army, and feared lest he should be caught by him, and brought to punishment for what he had done to the Arabians.
So listen, Hyrcanus realized the gig was up. Antiochus was going to come and take his land under the guise of the fact that you took over the Arabians. So what does he do?
It says, he ended his life and slew himself with his own hand, while Antiochus seized upon all his substance.
Because what was Antiochus after? The substance, bro. These guys were cutthroats, taking money and power. It's all about the money and the power. That's what mattered to the Greeks. That's what mattered to the Romans. It was the money. Once again, we're going to let that go now. And now we're going to go to 2 Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 1 through 3.
Come. 2 Maccabees, chapter 1.
No. 2 Maccabees, chapter 3.
Oh, my bad. Chapter 3. Come.
Verses 1 through 3.
Come. 2 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 1. Now when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws were kept very well, because of the godliness of Onias.
And if I'm not mistaken, Onias, this Onias is the Onias the third. Let me see. Sorry, 1 second. It was Onias the third. Yes. He reigned from 185 to 175 BC. So, when things are in peace, the Jews were in peace. Jerusalem was in peace when they followed the laws and they were kept very well. Read on.
Because of the godliness of Onias, the high priest, and his hatred of wickedness.
That's where there was peace, spiritual peace in the city. Read on.
It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place.
The kings mean the Greeks. When the Jews were in point, and they were following the laws, statutes, and commandments, and that was the only thing that mattered. What ended up happening was that the kings of the earth, the Greeks themselves, did what?
Honor the place.
Read on.
And magnify the temple with their best gifts.
This is important to understand. When we were on point, the nations, the Greeks, didn't mind even spending money to upkeep the temple. Why is that important? We keep reading that the Greeks are all about that damn money. They're about money. But they were even okay with financing and allowing that money to kick in to keep the temple flowing. When we were in order, the nations were in order. with us and with the Most High.
Because what they wanted from us, they wanted us to sacrifice for them on
Yes.
their behalf.
Yes, with the Greeks and with the Romans. But you'll start seeing a pattern. The Romans got mad and didn't want to sacrifice for the Romans anymore. The Jews got mad later on in wars of the Jews, and they didn't want to sacrifice for the Romans anymore. And that started a whole bunch of shit. Now, the Greeks were like, it's okay, do your sacrifices. I'm cool with it. Pay us our money. Pay us what's owed to us as tribute. And we will allow you to flow and do your thing.
Yep.
Why am I going here? Because a lot of times Israelites paint the picture that these mean, crazy Greeks came in and just took our civilization, and they're negative guys, and they're wicked, and they didn't care about us. White man, white man, white man. This white man was helping pay the damn fork in the bill for the temple to get run. When we were in order, am I sitting back here giving like Republican doctrine right now? I don't have a red hat on right now. It's
maroon.
It's maroon. It's not red.
Yeah.
And you don't see MAGA on it. It's the sword of truth. It's not a MAGA symbol here, y'all.
It might look red on the camera, but
Exactly. But it's burgundy. It's maroon. But what am I trying to say? Israel needs to learn about accountability and the events that led up to Hanukkah.
Right.
Why did the Most High all of a sudden allow this wicked root Antiochus to sit back here and do all these horrible, despicable things to the Jews? Why?
we got out of pocket with him.
It's the story. The story must continue. So when we were doing things right, they were giving us the best gifts to uplift the temple.
So I was giving us freedom.
Thank you.
Of course.
He was giving us peace. He gave us peace. That's what he gave us. He gave us peace and the freedom to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments. Just like we got now. Read on.
Verse 3. And so much that Seleucus, king of Asia, of his own revenues, bare all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices.
Bro, he paid all the damn money it cost for all these damn animals.
It's crazy, man.
But you know what they understood? As long as, listen, if their God was on Alexander's side, they were there to witness that. Or their generations did. Then you know I'm going to keep this flowing. This had to be a fourth or fifth generation past Alexander, but the point still remains.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit back and finance the temple. There's nothing wrong. The Jews are cool with us.
And at this time, it's a Greco-Roman Empire. The Romans are coming in militarily.
They're starting to.
But the Greeks are still have the dominant culture over the people. You know, with the education, the religion, the philosophy.
Yep.
You know, the Plato, Socrates. You know, they're philosophers. At the time, the Romans were just coming in, and the Romans really didn't care about, you know, what the Greeks cared about. You know, the Greeks. The Most High said Jews require a sign. The Greeks seek after wisdom.
Yeah.
The Romans care about the money and the wisdom. They want it all. And so as the Romans are coming in, they want to erect statues. They don't care about Jews following the laws. They want everybody to eventually bow down to them, just like the Greeks, Antiochus also. But they wanted total subservient following of the Jews to the Roman culture. And they was going to set up and put up statues. Before we even got to that point, we had a chance to not even have to deal with that if we would have just stuck to the Most High's commandments.
And that was the thing, because the Romans, don't forget, the Romans first went west to take out the Gauls. Then they worked down, took out Carthage. Then they worked south and went out. Okay? So, where they're at now is, if Israel has followed the law, the Greeks would have supported them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let verse 3 go for now. And let's go now to 1 Maccabees 1 verse 1. I'm sorry, 1 verse 11.
Kind I got a question now. Was this when they were supporting and funding the animals for the sacrifices? Was that after or before they even had the information in the book of Daniel? Or
This is after.
okay.
Yeah, Alexander was first. That's what you read about when Alexander was shown Daniel's.
Mm-hmm.
Then Alexander died and split his empire up to 5 initial leaders. Then it turned to 4. Then you had 3 to 4 generations, maybe even 5 down the line, and now we're here.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's get 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 11.
Con. 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 11. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
So listen, this is a negative ass opinion. What does he mean? What does it mean? What do they mean by saying, since we departed from the heathen, we've had much sorrow? The scriptures have been saying that they were at peace under righteous Onias.
Yeah.
When righteous Onias was in power as the high priest, the Greeks allowed the Jews to sit back here and have the freedom to serve the Most High. But what is it saying? These guys have their own narrative. These wicked men have their own narrative, and in their head, I'm not coming up. I can't come up in this system. Because this system, all the money was going towards the temple. Nobody else was getting paid. There was taxes and the temple.
Yep.
If you weren't about the tax in the temple, guess what? You was unhappy.
Yeah.
These wicked men were unhappy. And they felt, and if we aligned ourselves with the Greeks, we can come up. We can get paid. This is about money. On the Jews want to get paid. They want to sell out. Whatever I got to do to get paid in advance. Because in their head, they just didn't want to serve.
Yeah.
The reality is this. This is why, as you read about the Greek history with us and the Greeks, and history of the Jews and the Romans, we always got into trouble because we tried to get out of the jurisdiction of the powers that the Most High anointed to be over us. The scripture tells us it was supposed to be Babylon, Persia, Greeks, and Romans. We were supposed to be in the power of them. We tried to revolt with the Romans, we got destroyed. We tried to sit back here and do more than what we were supposed to do with the Greeks, we ended up being destroyed. It's a constant pattern. Now this pattern, these wicked men wanted to get rich. So how can I get rich? Let's sit back here and bring the Greek culture to San Antonio. Let's bring the Greek culture to Jerusalem.
Yeah, start to develop like two Babylon. Start introducing Greek
customs and business out here. And we can make some money and bring that Greek money. Let's bring Greek dollars into the community.
Right.
We need to bring Greek dollars in here.
Bring a basketball court into the hood.
Yeah, exactly. we can fit a gym here somewhere, B. Or right outside the temple.
Yeah. Gymnasium.
We can get a track and field, man. We can do this. We can get some gyms. What you gonna say?
I was just going to add, the powers that they forgot, the powers that be are ordained of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So when we rebel against the nation that the Most High put over us, we're ultimately rebelling against the Most High.
And that's the point.
So they forgot that. They're looking at them. They're not looking at the Most High.
Yeah.
And they couldn't. They didn't want to. They didn't want to accept that you being under the Greeks was going to be your life. They didn't want to accept that. That you're lucky. You're able to follow the laws and commandments in your own country. Just be appreciative of that. No, I gotta have it all. I want more.
Yeah.
And that greed opened the door for a lot of negativity.
Yeah.
Right? So, read verse 11 again.
Con. 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 11. In those days, when there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
Meaning, these wicked men felt they weren't advancing in the archetype of how the government was going. Because what you're seeing is, we're going to read into more detail when we get back to 2 Maccabees. The fight was in the governmental side. The leadership was trying to get paid, whereas a handful of the righteous men were trying to keep the laws of the Most High. Okay? It's going to explain. I don't want to spill all the beans, but let's keep reading. Verse 12. We're going to read through 15.
Come. Verse 12. So this device pleased them well.
Hell yeah, the idea of selling out and marketing the Jews more like the damn Greeks, that was an idea that the people were into. Read on.
Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem.
Listen, it got so damn bad. Shalom, y'all. It got so damn bad. They're sitting back here getting licenses. They getting permits to do gym shit in Jerusalem. Read on. We're gonna go into how negative and how wicked and how much you had to compromise to do this gym stuff later on, bro. It's really gross, It's really gross. When we start going to this, if you're like under whatever age, don't watch the television, bro. This is gross, We gotta show it so we can understand it. Read on. It's not PG-13. It's like rated Aura.
Yeah.
It's Aura. It's not even R. It's Aura. Aura. It's not cool, bro. Let's keep going now.
Who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
But it wasn't. The problem is, as you're going to read in 2 Maccabees 3, it wasn't like 1, 2, 3, 4 guys out. It was a movement where a lot of people in our country were pushing this mode, but they were pushing the motive for financial gain. The Jews weren't content with just being vassals to the Greeks. They wanted to be equals to the Greeks.
Wow.
If they could be equals to the Greeks, now we can make money with these Greeks.
Wow. Yeah.
The more we suck up to the Greeks.
Wow.
Well, I gotta be like them. If I want to make the money like these Greeks, I gotta be like them.
That's crazy.
We gotta go all in. Let's get these gyms. Let's get this Hellenism. The problem is this. We push Hellenism in Jerusalem. The Greeks weren't pushing Hellenism in Jerusalem. We pushed it. This is the damn problem. So the Most High like, oh, y'all niggas want Hellenism? I'm going to give you Hellenism then. That's what ended up happening. But we initiated Hellenism in our borders first.
Wow.
It wasn't the Greeks. Because everybody wants to start. Dun, 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 one bad day, Antiochus rose up with all these horses and they start tearing people up. It wasn't like that, huh?
Right.
The Greeks gave us peace.
Yeah.
Because we fought the Most High. Because our ambitions was to be like the nations. Then he had to sit back here and rub that shit in our face. And get us to the point of extinction. Because this is what the Most High shows about us. You want sin? I'm going to give you all the sin you can take. You want to flirt with that negative? I'm going to give it all. And I'm going to show you what tapping into what the nations do, how that feels. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I'm making one point too, man. It's the same thing, like, it's crazy because I'm just looking at it like with the music industry too, bro.
Yeah.
They just settling and next thing you know they dress in a certain way and everything like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I look at it, like, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man.
Because listen,
That's crazy, man.
we're going to go into the gyms, but listen, when people sit back and say, oh, it's just, what's wrong with getting the workout in? No, it's not about just getting the pump out. It's not about just lifting some weights and getting on the treadmill. You're going to see this is some foul shit. The gymnasiums was in preparations for what? The Olympics. It was about tapping into the Olympics. It was about tapping into the whole process of the Greek way. And we're going to explain aspects of the Greek way that you had to tap into if you was going to be part of the in crowd. Read on.
Wow. Verse 15. And made themselves uncircumcised.
Oh boy. Listen, you know what? Was I supposed to go here this far? Matter of fact, hold off on that made themselves uncircumcised joint. Because I'll explain what that means, but let that go. We'll get back to that. Remind me, we'll get back to that. Let that go and go to 2 Maccabees
3.
We're going back to 2 Maccabees 3. Verse 3 through 7.
3 to 7, kind. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 3. Insomuch that Seleucus, king of Asia, of his own revenues, bear all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifice.
So once again, we were on point when Onias was high priest. Mosiah was looking after us. Read on.
Verse 4. But one, Simon, of the tribe of Benjamin.
Them damn sons of Belial, Raleigh blood clot out there was tripping out. Simon, read on.
Who was made governor of the temple.
So once again, that governor position was the same position that Joseph had. When we talked about earlier in Antiquity of the Jews 12, 4, 10, and 11. Joseph sat back here and was righteous and prudent and did good business with the Greeks and kept us from destruction. So you're able, Joseph showed you were able to do business with the white man, but not corrupt yourselves and sell out to him.
Yeah.
If you got time, read the entire chapter 4, and you'll read about Joseph and how industrious he was. But this guy Simon, who was Benjamin, was elected to that governor spot. And what did he do?
Fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city.
What does that even mean? There's disorder in the city. The scripture just said there was peace, because Onias brought peace, because they were serving the laws of the Most High. So from one perspective, a righteous man will say there's peace and order in the city, and a wicked man is going to say there's disorder. Why is there disorder?
Because our civil rights are being violated. Because what we want to do isn't is what's allowed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because our people want to flirt with danger.
We always want more.
We want more.
They want freedom.
We want freedom because ultimately, the scriptures say, "Does not the spirit in us
Make an exception.
lust is to envy."
Yeah.
You know, so it's natural for us to envy other people and to envy other nations and to envy what the other people got and what they do. You know, and we want to live like they live. We want the same lifestyle. We want to emulate that lifestyle.
Like today.
Bro,
It's like today.
I'm gonna say
You know
this,
what I'm saying? We want the customs of the other nations.
Yeah.
bro. This is proof that Scripture says when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Yeah.
Some of them rejoice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these suckers ain't happy. You can do everything right in a camp, in a city, in a community, but you're never gonna make everybody happy. It's impossible.
That's true.
Some people are going to be unhappy because even in an ordered city, some people don't want to have an ordered city. Some people want chaos.
Yeah.
People want the freedom to do what they want to do when they want to do it. And this guy Simon said, you know what? He said there is disorder in the city. How was there disorder in the city?
Right.
A bunch of guys couldn't get what they wanted in their life, and they called it and made it disorder. Just like when you read chapter 1. What did they say? First Maccabees 1, I'm just going to read it real quick. He said, they said, verse 11.
Come.
In those days they went out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many. Many people were persuaded into the thinking that they were losing out on the deal and the society was out of order. And that focusing their resources on the temple, because it's really about this. You only have a finite amount of resources to give out when you're dealing with being a tributary nation. When you're a vassal country, you only have a finite amount of resources to go around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a finite amount of resources to go around, it's like the budget, United States budget or whatever budget you got, or even your own house. You only got X amount of dollars in your pocket to spread out for the rest of your month. How you going to spread that money? You going to focus on spiritual things or entertainment? Is it going to be spiritual things or business endeavors that might make us more money? The governor was the head over the sustenance of the entire city. Onias was righteous and said, our resources need to go towards the upkeep of the temple and the sustaining of the Most High's holy place. These governors were like, you know what? We need to take this little money we got and take it towards industry. Let's invest into these Greek projects. We can make more money. We can sit back here and build our wealth. Let's go Greek. Oh, now it's like, no, we're going to stay spiritual. So there was dissension and fighting in amongst the people of the nation. That was where the disorder was. The disorder was everybody want to lock in to pull in their resources to serving the Most High and making Him first. The contention was that we should sit back here and make this money with these Greeks. Why put all this money into the temple? That was the disorder, and that was where it says, since we departed from them, we've had much sorrow. Who's had much sorrow? These businessmen who want to come up, who want to make Jerusalem like Mount Olympus. That's the problem. We had what we needed, but not what we wanted.
Yeah, some of us
The
weren't
wicked men
satisfied.
wanted more.
Right.
The wicked men weren't satisfied with the temple being set up. The wicked men weren't satisfied with the fact that we were able to freely serve the Most High and follow the laws. Don't forget, we know the end of the story when you get to Maccabees chapter 4, verse 52.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jews were able on the 25th day of the, or not 25th day, but certain day of the month Kislew, we were able to sit back and freely serve the Most High's laws, and the temple was rededicated. That's what Hanukkah is about, right?
Right.
The rededication of the temple. Why the hell did the temple have to get rededicated in the first place? Because we didn't want to make it about the temple in the first place. So He took the temple from us and to get us where we wanted it again. That was the point of the class. It isn't like these Edomites just came in here and ran roughshod on us and took us over and beat us down and did us wrong. It's not that. We thought focusing on the temple and the Most High was outdated. That was the old way. Let's go bring this money, make this money back to Jerusalem so we can all come up.
About the Most High.
Exactly. Since we've departed from the heathenistic ways. What do you mean since they departed? What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What they're saying is we need to go back and do this Greek shit so we can all come up.
You know, we did the same thing when we left Egypt. We said, man, we had a better life in Egypt. Why did Moses bring us out here to die in the wilderness?
Yeah.
We'd rather have the lifestyle that we had. We was comfortable. We had fish. We had onions. We had leeks. You know what I'm saying? Although they were slaves, that's why the Most High said is Israel a homeborn slave. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how we behave. We behave like homeborn slaves. Like we'd rather get handouts than have our own independent culture with our own independent religion and lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Separate from the nations.
And here,
we want handouts.
And here, we weren't happy and content with accepting the fact that we were going to be second tier, man. We were going to be second tier until Christ came back. We had aspirations that we were supposed to sit back here and be on the level with the Greeks. We weren't. Can we just accept we're going to have our own place, our own sovereignty? Listen, I'm just showing you the idea of having our nationalistic independence wasn't good enough for us. Just nationally saying, hey, we're a nation, we're allowed to do our thing nationally, that wasn't enough. We wanted more. That greed kicked in. And to be specific, the envy of the wicked is what broke us. We envied their riches, we envied their comfort, we envied their lifestyle. So once again, the Most High, you envy it, I'm going to give it to you. And I'm going to let you see how it feels to get what you want. In spades. But let's go back to 2 Maccabees 3 verse 4.
Come. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 4. But one, Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city. And when he could not overcome Ananias.
So listen, he couldn't overcome Ananias. He couldn't win the argument to turn Jerusalem Greek. He couldn't convince Onias to stop focusing on the temple and the developing of the temple and the focus of the Most High laws. When he couldn't convince him, what did he do? Read on.
He got him to Apollonius, the son of Tharseus, who then was governor of Seleucia and Phoenice.
Seleucia was the person that was in charge. This guy, Apollonius, was in charge. Seleucia was Israel, Tyre, Philistine, the Philistia, and Syria, that whole region. So he said, I'm going to go over your head, Onias. Since you're not going to sit back here and buy into our process, I'm going to go over and focus on the leader or the governor of the entire province that's run and controlled by the Greeks, obviously. Read on.
And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem...
Listen to this snitch shit, This is some pure snitch shit. What he did right here, he's trying to sit back here and oust Onias. He's trying to oust Onias by lying on the amount of financial reserves that the temple had. So read it again.
Verse 6. And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money.
So he's like, listen, they hold out.
Right.
They got all this money here and they stacking it for themselves. I'm just letting you know because you're the head of that whole region. And you can get a part of this bread and give it back to the king. And you can say they have 50 talents of gold, but it's really like 70. You can hold on the rest of that bread. I ain't tripping. I'm just giving you inside information. But what is he doing? Now they're going to try to put an investigation against Onias to oust him or do some damages, maybe kill him for withholding funds. Because listen, don't forget, just earlier the king was supplying money to the temple for the sacrifices. Right? So what ends up happening in this section, you don't get a chance to read it, but they do an inquiry. And the high priest Onias said, listen, man, all the money that's in the temple is for the poor. There's a little reserve that we keep to take care of the poor and the needy people. Nobody's holding on to it to keep it away from you. It ends up not working. Onias doesn't get kicked out for this reason. But what am I trying to show you? There was a large movement against the idea that focusing on the temple and the Most High was a peaceful solution. Peace, security, and spiritual stability wasn't enough for the majority. The majority, it said it even in 1 Maccabees. It said, where did it say it? He said, who persuaded many? These wicked men persuaded a lot of people to follow him. It was in verse 11, 1 and 11.
Verse 11.
Now, many men were persuaded to follow this wicked pastime and this wicked train of thought. That this peace the Most High gave us is lame. Let's go and get more.
It's lame because I can't execute my lust.
I know. What it tells you is this. The spiritual path is a boring path. How many of us want adventure? Who wants to have fun and smile and laugh?
Yeah.
That's the wicked path. How about that one? The quiet, peaceful, old fuddy-duddy path. You pay your bills, you go home.
They know how the Greeks
stay in order.
They know how the Greeks party.
It's a party, it's a party, it's a party.
They know what go down in the island of Lesbos.
I got a whole lot of money. Kind of for me.
They know what type of they know how the Greeks get down. What's that club in New York? That was the 70s act?
Studio
54.
Yeah.
Where anything goes.
Yeah.
That is a Greek club. That's a Greek club.
That whole idea is
a whole lot of linea out there, bro.
Yeah,
just before my time, man.
The debauchery was going on. But they know how the Greeks party, and they want a membership to the Greek party, man.
And
they want a membership.
But quiet, righteous and stable is boring.
Yep.
You can't make no money. You're in a rut. You're just living to die. Right?
Yep.
But the Most High called that peace. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So now, where are we at? Keep going in at 2 Maccabees.
Yes, sir. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 6. And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money, so that the multitude of their riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand.
Whack, bro.
That's a sellout.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sellout to your people, to your nation.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? To spread that kind of dissension.
Because he wanted to deny us out.
Yep.
I gotta find a way to get this guy out, so we can push this Greek process. We can pass these bills. Read on.
Verse 7. Now when Apollonius came to the king and had showed him of the money whereof he was told, the king chose out Heliodorus, his treasurer, and sent him with a commandment to bring him the foresaid money. So forthwith, Heliodorus.
No, I don't want to go in war with Heliodorus. But the Most High jacks up Heliodorus. When he goes in and tries to take that money out, an angel whips his ass.
What?
Whips his ass. But that's another day we'll go into it. But what's the point? The point is there is a movement of ruin trying to oust the righteous leadership that is okay with living a life of discipline, principle, and servitude.
Uprising.
That was the plan was to go against that and to make Jerusalem a money-making machine. Let's settle out. Let's bring enterprise. You know we got the fastest niggas in the country, man. We can win gold. We can get endorsement deals. You know there's all kind of prestige from winning all these damn athletic events.
Olympics, right.
We can bring money here. We can get paid. We can all get paid.
They want to convert to a Greek state of mind.
But it was about making money. Whatever getting to get paid.
The benefits. There's a financial benefit. Whereas otherwise, you're just taking care of your crops, ordering your family, and sacrificing.
And paying your bills. And not having a lot left over because your money goes to the tax man. Because, I forgot. Your grandparents and your great-grandparents screwed the pooch, and now you got to feel the heat of it. Just like us. We're in captivity. And you know what the problem is? We're kings and queens. No, you're not. You're Hebrews that broke the Lord's laws, commandments, and you got to work your quickie marks because of it. How about that? You got to work a damn job. Because you know what? We want, where's our 40 acres and a mule? Well, you'll get that when Christ comes back. How about that? You're not going to get that. You know, that's the street teacher. What about the black man and all the money supposed to be going back to the black man? That's going to happen to us when Christ comes back. Why? What will be the financial incentive of the white man giving us our land back? How would that benefit him?
Giving us reparations.
Giving us reparations, 40 acres. How would he benefit from that?
I did the right thing.
Well, what about the manifest destiny? Was also the Most High allowing them to do manifest destiny. The idea that God told them to go from sea to sun and sea, high key did. Because that's what we needed to get our asses kicked, to remind us, we need to serve God again.
Just to prove that point you just made, 2 Maccabees chapter 6 verse 12. You got 6 and 12?
2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 12. It says, now I beseech those that read this book,
Go ahead.
that they be not discouraged.
He says that you're not supposed to look at the punishments and the atrocities that the Most High brought on us, the Native Americans, the islands of Hispaniola, the Caribbean islands, Central and South America, and also bringing us over here on these slave ships. He said, I don't want you to consider these atrocities as being something that the Most High was doing out of hate, because he hated us. Read on.
For these calamities but that they judged those punishments not to be for destruction.
It wasn't the fact that the Most High had to put the Greeks over us. That was just a punishment from the Most High. That was we should have recognized the Most High is using these other nations to whip us into shape, and he used a very calloused, incompassionate nation of people to destroy us and take us over.
Yeah.
And that, he used a brutal people.
But can I say this? He did use a brutal people by nature. But the Most High only allowed them to use their brutality because our negativity matched the level of brutality they brought to us.
Yeah.
How about that? Because when Alexander first came into power, we read it earlier, Alexander was cool with us.
Mm-hmm.
Gave us peace. This is also a way we can look at our lives. We sit back here and see how hard the Most High is stinging us in certain arenas. Looking at this, how hard we're getting stung is directly connected to how negative we've been.
Yeah, the Most High is just.
The Greeks are cruel, but the Greeks weren't cruel the entire time. The Greeks didn't become cruel, to us at least, until we started getting more cruel to the Most High and hateful to the Most High. As our hatred as a nation grew and how we despise our condition that we got ourselves into, then all of a sudden, Antiochus Epiphanes goes crazy. Because what they don't tell you is Antiochus got embarrassed by the Roman Empire. The Romans slapped up on him because Antiochus was gaining some momentum into taking over the Ptolemaic Empire south of him. And what ended up happening is the Romans said, you know what? Stop your fighting. You're not going to continue to take out Ptolemy. We need the Ptolemaic dudes to work on our shipping, and we're making money off the Ptolemaic Empire. So get your ass back to your land. That's literally what the Romans told him. So what ended up happening is Antiochus was so embarrassed that all of a sudden he just turned his sights on the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Why all of a sudden, I'm just going to F these Jews up.
Take it out on somebody.
Yeah.
But no. But there's a lot of countries you could have took it out on. How come you didn't go to Syria? How come you didn't go to Tyre? How come you didn't go to Babylon and just tear their shit up?
Right.
I'm going to get these goddamn Jews. The Jews weren't even on his mind. He was taking over Egypt. Was that not the Most High?
God.
I want to say, go bust these asses. Get these damn Jews. That was the Most High that put it in his mind. Just like the Most High put it in Alexander's mind. He put the image of what he was going to see, the face of the high priest, what he was going to have on, what the entire nation was going to have on, and that was going to be the confirmation to go take out Darius in Persia. So you don't think the Most High did the same thing to Antiochus? He got embarrassed by the Romans, and all of a sudden he just goes back into his territory and just goes to the temple and raids it? You think that's just by happenstance and coincidence? No, the Most High is sitting back here in his heavenly seat and seeing a bunch of ungrateful niggas trying to get paid, trying to get $1, and not just accepting the verdict that the Most High put them through. Does that make sense? So yes, we're going into Hanukkah, and the Maccabees were phenomenal for what they did and their heroic mindset. Because you know what they don't tell you also in Maccabees, right? We were fighting large numbers, right? But did you notice, why was Gorgias the head guy over all the fighting? How come Antiochus wasn't there? Does anybody know? Simultaneously, as Judas and them were fighting back, there was a significant uprising near India that required Antiochus' force, attention, and the majority of his troops. Do you think that was a coincidence? So even though we were fighting 20,000 to 1,000, 100,000 to 1,000, it could have been worse. But the Most High had most of the armies spread out to the far east. I think it was the Carmanians. No, it's the Parthians, which were still like an East Indian nation. They had to go far out to fight these Parthians, versus Antiochus giving his entire attention to the Hebrews in Jerusalem. Because that could have happened. But even in how things went down, the Most High had mercy on us and kept the numbers manageable enough for us to sit back here and win. But if you take a panoramic view of it and just take your mind out of the actual fight, you see how the Most High is kind of working through all the situations. He's like, man, you know what? These Jews don't appreciate the peace I have them in. So I have to shake them up to get them to appreciate the temple. Since you don't want the temple, you think it's a burden, because obviously this guy Simon and these wicked men felt that giving the temple and focusing on the Most High was a burden. And it was getting in the way of progress. So he takes it away so that Israel can what? Appreciate it. He does the same thing to us.
That makes sense.
He does the same thing to us. He takes things away that we've lost respect for, we've lost appreciation for, with the expectation that once you lose it, you're going to go fight for it again. All he was waiting to do was to see, is anybody going to fight for this? Does anybody want to fight for what's right? Fight for what you lost. You lost it because you didn't care about it in the first place. As a nation, we didn't fight. We didn't care about it. And which these wicked men didn't give a shit. They didn't care about the Most High. They didn't care about honoring him and putting him first. Because that's what the temple just means. Your resources, listen, it was like this. Your resources went to your captor and the Most High, and then you got what? Little to nothing left. And they hated that dynamic. Your captor, the Most High, and you. Or the Most High was first, your captor, and then you. You're still last. These wicked men hated that they were last. And that they couldn't come up. So if we eradicate giving to the Most High, and we just work with the Greeks, we can start making money here again.
Yeah.
We can start coming up. That was the premise. Anyway, is that making sense? You done with your verse?
Yeah, just finish that last part.
It says, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction,
But for what?
but for a chastening of our nation.
That's all it is. The Greeks are there. The white man is there just to give a heavenly spanking from the Most High. What else he's going to use? He said earlier, I believe in Deuteronomy, he said he wasn't going to put the nations to destruction completely, but so that they could be there to correct us in measure. So the Most High sustained these nations for the purpose. Matter of fact, if I can just read this real quick, get to this point. Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12. Start at verse.
That time correct.
Start at verse 7.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12 verse 7.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12.
Okay.
What verse?
Verse 7. That's
To what?
7 to 10. It's perfect.
Salute you in, sir.
7 to 11, really.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawah, Ban Yashala. Ahmad, Yahawah Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahawah Hashem Shabbatah. Barakatum.
All right. Welcome, right? Good reading out. Shalom.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom.
Shalom. Buenos dias.
Like I said, I don't know how much we're gonna get accomplished.
That's just remember that camera's gonna go back up. It's like it's cut off. Oh, never mind.
No, no, it's good. Started Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12, and
Verse 7.
start at verse 3 real quick. Just read fast.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12 verse 3.
Read that.
1 second.
You want to pocket?
12 and 3. Alright, I'm good. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12 verse 3. For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land.
So, you know, we know that the Africans' cultures, the African nations, the descendants of Ham used to inherit all of Jerusalem, the land of Canaan. You know, you had the Girgashites, the Perizzites, the Amorites, all these nations that were overseeing Israel. We had to kick them out during the time of Joshua, took over the land. The Most High said he got rid of them old inhabitants of the Holy Land. It was nothing for the Most High to do that. Go ahead.
Verse 4. Whom thou hatest.
He said the Most High hated them nations. That's why he told Moses, don't spare them. He said, well, y'all don't make no league, no covenant with them. He said, but utterly destroy them. Read on.
Whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcrafts.
And when we read about Leviticus 18, 19, 20, 21, all these actions of these nations, the Most High, a lot of the Old Testament law was to not be like the nations that was engaging in all these odious, negative sorceries, magic, potions, drugs, sexual deviances. Read on.
And wicked sacrifices.
And they was doing wicked sacrifice. They were sacrificing children. Read on.
Verse 5. And also those merciless murders of children.
Exactly. Read on.
And devourers of man's flesh.
Read on.
And the feasts of blood.
Read on. They was blood drinkers. Read on.
With their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew.
Read on.
And the parents that killed with their own hands souls destitute of help.
Yeah, because the nations would sacrifice their children to Baal and to Moloch. Read on. Molech. Read on.
That the land which thou esteemest above all other might receive a worthy colony of the Most High's children.
So he said that the Most High wanted a better substance of children, a better children, a more righteous set of children in the Holy Land versus those wicked ones, wicked nations. Read on.
Verse 8. Nevertheless, even those thou sparedest as men, and didst send wasps.
We know also that in Exodus 23, the Most High sent hornets to them other nations as punishment. Read on.
Forerunners of thine hosts, to destroy them by little and little.
Go ahead.
Not that thou wast unable to bring the ungodly under the hand of the righteous in battle.
See, it's not like the Most High could have not eliminated all the other nations completely off the face of the earth. He could have removed the Greeks off the face of the earth. He could have removed the Romans off the face of the earth. He could have removed the Philistines off the face of the earth. He could have removed the Africans off the face of the earth, the Egyptians off the face of the earth. He could have removed them all. Read on.
Or to destroy them at once with cruel beasts.
Go ahead.
Or with one rough word.
Go ahead.
But executing thy judgments upon them by little and little.
See, so the Most High allowed these nations to survive to see if they're going to come back and pay homage to the Most High. Or at least change their ways and amend their ways.
Mercy.
And that's mercy. And that's what the Most High did for us. If the Most High did it for some nations that are ungodly, that he said he hated, how much more would he have extended that mercy to us, whom he loves? You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing for the Most High to put these nations in check. But it's also nothing for the Most High to put us in check. But there is a difference from how he deals with us to how he deals with them. Always asking from us. Now let that go back to 2 Maccabees chapter 6. And then read
13.
13.
2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 13. For it is a token of his great goodness, when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished.
Go ahead.
For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish.
So the hornets, the wasps, the bees, all that was just the Most High being patient with these other nations. Read on.
So they become to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us.
So if they get a time to rule, and then once the Most High is fed up with them, he removes them. So we have to put in perspective that the Most High put the white man over us only for a specific time, until he's sick of their sins. And then once he's sick of them, so there's no need for us to fight it. He said, vengeance is mine, I shall repay, said the Lord. It's not for us to take vengeance on the white man. It's for them to execute their time. They got a certain time that they were allotted to rule on the earth, and once that time is up, then the Most High bringing a smackdown on them.
But we were supposed to stay in our lane, serve the Most High, and have to deal with the conditions of the society that the Most High allowed these people. You know, it's a reminder that, you know what, whether you're a man or you're a woman, you still gotta serve.
Yep.
I mean, listen, that's man's way of not wanting to serve and be under conditions that aren't favorable to us. Because that's what a woman would say. My husband has me under these conditions that are completely unfair. You know what? Our Father has us being the wife under conditions that if we chose to, we can say it's unfair. Being up under the white man, under this country and how this thing is put together, we can say it's unfair. Either it's unfair or the Most High got me here. And I have to live out my responsibility, or if I rebel and I'm angry about the situation the Most High put me in, then I'm going to get punished harder. Just like sisters. When you sit back here and go against your husband and you complain and you're angry about the conditions he's got you under, the Most High is going to keep stinging you because he's got all of us in conditions that we have to choose to submit to. And when we don't submit, we got more heartache behind it. There's no way we can get around that. Men or women. Israel wants to bash the white man and bash our condition. Well, you know what? I understand, but we got ourselves here. How many times did the Most High warn us before he laid the hammer on us? And as sisters, you know what? You have to serve the man you chose because you chose him. And if you sit back and get mad because of who you chose, the Most High is going to sting you. But a lot of times we think things are one way. It ain't one way. Everybody's under these conditions. None of us escape it. I'm sorry, sir.
No, that's when our people say, well, if I would have known then what I know now, I would have made a different decision. Well, it's kind of too late now. Now we're in the hands of the white man. We're here already. You know, we're in America already. We got American names. We got white man last names.
Yeah. So when Simon was being a butthead, Simon and this guy named Jason were going crazy. If if I would have known the temple was going to fall, I wouldn't have did it. Well, nigga, you got
that's
the scriptures.
That's the consequence of wickedness.
Yeah.
It will affect everybody around you.
That's the point.
He was by him.
Huh?
By him and his business.
And then he convinced the people to follow their ways. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That's it. Just to prove that point that, you know what, we got to respect what the Most High has done, and this condition is by His design.
Yeah.
You know, it's tailor made. This subjugation, this oppression is tailor made and custom made by the Most High.
And then when you rebel, what the Most High got handcrafted for you, the Most High is going to make your life more miserable. How about that?
Yeah.
So, if you get a chance, it will be good to read verse 8 all the way down to the end of the chapter because it really hits. We just don't have time for it. So now we're going to jump to 2 Maccabees 4, verse 7 through 15. So at the same time that the governor of Israel, Simon, is going against Onias, what ends up happening is the Most High defends Onias and the position that they take. Like I said it earlier, but verse 10 in chapter 3 it says, then the high priest told him that there was such money laid up for the relief of widows and fatherless children. That's what the money was there for. It was to take care of fatherless children and widows. The Greeks didn't listen. They came down and an angel whipped this tax collector's ass out and didn't let him take the money. to the point where he got his ass whipped so bad, he started offering sacrifices at the temple.
Oh, now he was like, here
I'm going to love this guy because this guy just whipped my ass. This angel on a horse kicked my ass.
He said
that's literally in
It's a
chapter
beautiful
3.
angel too. The angel was beautiful.
And I think about, I don't know if y'all saw like the Avengers, like when the Hulk took Loki out, it was like, wah, 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 wah. Listen, this is what's happening to this guy. He's getting manhandled by an angel. And after he's battered and bruised,
I think it was 2 angels.
I got it. We got to read it.
Yeah,
we got to read it, man. The Jews have spoken. The Jews have spoken. Anyway, they didn't speak, but I want to read it. How about that? Let's go 3 and
Let's go in the second Maccabees.
3 and 8.
You got it.
All the way down. We're just gonna run it, man.
Wisdom of Solomon.
Run tail that out to like
We're going back to second Maccabees.
Yeah, no, second Maccabees 3 verse 8 to 40.
Got it.
We're not getting to the story of Hanukkah today. I'm just letting y'all know.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting there. Sorry to tell you. But we got it on YouTube. It's there. But let's keep going.
God, second Maccabees chapter 3 verse 8. So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey under a color of visiting the cities of Celesyria
is this the region that included Israel, Jerusalem. Okay, so Simon snitched to Apollonius. Apollonius hit up Heliodorus, which was the tax collector and the enforcer for the Greeks. Read on.
And Phoenice, but indeed to fulfill the king's purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was come to Jerusalem and had been courteously received of the high priest of the city,
So nice. Read on.
he told him what intelligence was given of the money, and declared wherefore he came, and asked if these things were so indeed. Then the high priest told him that there was such money laid up for the relief of widows and fatherless children, and that some of it belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias.
We read about Hyrcanus earlier. Read on.
A man of great dignity, and not as that wicked Simon had misinformed. The sum whereof in all was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold. And that it was altogether impossible that such wrongs should be done unto them, that had committed it to the holiness of the place, and to the majesty and inviolable sanctity of the temple, honored over all the world.
So what he's saying is, listen, the priest is the high priest, like Onias, like, listen, this money belongs to, this is still part of the law. We have to take care of the widow and the fatherless child. If you take the money from here, we're kind of breaking these boundaries of respect that the Greeks have always allowed us to operate in the world. What it's showing you is this: because of these negative intentioned men, now all of a sudden the Most High is shaking up the stability of the people. It just didn't go from 0 to 100. Now you got these Greeks checking in the bread, they're doing inspections. Them feds taking pictures on you now all of a sudden not. They're doing inspections in your building. But all this negativity is based on what? The seditions and inner fightings amongst the people. Mm-hmm. Now it's like he's trying to do damage control. Listen, man, it's not what you think. A lot of this money came from Hyrcanus. It was a donation for the children. It's for the kids. You can't take this. This is for the people. Okay? Read on.
Verse 12. And that it was altogether impossible that such wrongs should be done unto them, that had committed it to the holiness of the place, and to the majesty. I'm sorry, I did read that. Verse 13. But Heliodorus became, because of the king's commandment given him, said that in any wise it must be brought into the king's treasury.
He was like Joe Pesci. He's like, F you pay me, Yeah, the kids. I want this bread. I'm on the orders. Read on.
Verse 14. So at the day which he appointed, he entered in to order this matter. Wherefore there was no small agony throughout the whole city.
So all of a sudden the people are starting to feel it. Like, damn, man, we're about to lose all this money for the people. Now the children and the kids and the wives or the widows, now they're not going to be able to sustain themselves. Now all of a sudden it's a blow to the fabric of the city. But why? These negative people are pushing this movement, greed, and they're trying to come up. But the problem is this: even when people come up, only the top come up and the bottom stay suffering. That's why when you go to Haiti, they have certain places where they're mansions where Haitians live. The elite of Haiti, that are government officials, they're living in luxury. The people are in damn slums. This is how all your African leaders are. The leaders, they're in powerful palaces. The people are living in shacks. Guatemala, Central America, Mexico, South America, it's the same thing. So these elites, these leaders of society, Simon, you're going to be Jason, all these guys are positioning themselves to get rich, and they're going to step on the people regardless. They don't care about the people. This is about them. But now the people are starting to suffer. Read on.
Verse 15, but the priests, prostrating themselves before the altars in their priests' vestments, called unto heaven upon him that made a law concerning things given to be kept, that they should safely be preserved for such as had committed them to be kept.
So the priests who were righteous, they sent their prayers up to ask the Most High to keep what was intended to stay in the for the people. Read on.
Then whoso had looked the high priest in the face, it would have wounded his heart. For his countenance and the changing of his color declared the inward agony of his mind.
This man was, listen, Onias was trying to hold it together. But he was fighting against forces that was trying to tear it down. Internal forces out. This wasn't even the Greeks. The Greeks are just following on a report and a tip. Why wouldn't the Greeks take money? They're saying that these guys, why wouldn't the Greeks go and investigate? Why wouldn't they take this gold? They're saying you hold on us, we're going to take the damn money. It's not even like the Greeks are the bad guys here.
It's the sellouts amongst our people that are the reason why we're in our condition as a nation.
That's the point, huh? Read on.
Verse 17. But the man was so compassed with fear and horror of the body that it was manifest to them that looked upon him what sorrow he had now in his heart. Others ran flocking out of their houses to the general supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt. And the women girt with sackcloth under their breasts abounded in the streets, and the virgins that were kept in ran, some to the gates and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows. And all holding their hands toward heaven made supplication. Then it would have pitied a man to see the falling down of the multitude of all sorts, and the fear of the high priest being in such an agony. Then they called upon the almighty power to keep the things committed of trust safe and sure for those that had committed them.
So the people prayed, asked the Most High to protect what was for the people. Read on.
Verse 23. Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which was decreed. Now as he was there present himself with his guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits and the Prince of all power caused a great apparition.
Caused a great apparition. Read on.
So that all that presumed to come in with him were astonished.
So they astonished. They saw it. They saw an apparition. Read on.
At the power of the Most High, and fainted, and were sore afraid. For there appeared unto them an horse with a terrible rider upon him.
This dude was a killer. It was an apparition of a man on a horse, and this was a terrible, ferocious looking cat. Read on.
And adorned with a very fair covering. And he ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus.
This guy ran at Heliodorus. Can you imagine that shit? He's going full throttle. And here, I'm just here to collect the money and I can pop. I'm just following. Read it.
And smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet.
Oh my God! Was it the horse's forefeet?
Karate.
Was he getting stomped? The question: he's on a horse. Was the horse kicking him? That's even worse.
He got trampled.
He was getting trampled by a horse. He was getting stomped by a horse. That's horrible.
Oh my God.
That's the horrible. mean he's kicking him and stuff? What the hell's going
If
on?
it's 4 feet, it would have to be the horse, right?
Yeah. This is horrible, right?
Okay.
Anyway, I'm imagining the horse is doing this with his fronts.
People don't have 4 feet.
Yeah. Yes, it's
I got you.
So, okay, I just want to just recap. Heliodorus, is that what you're saying?
It was a tax collector.
Okay.
For the king.
And so he's a Greek or Edomite.
He's a Greek.
When it sounded like almost in verse 16, he didn't want to come collect, but he was coming to collect. He saw the pain he was going to
No. What it's saying is the people saw the pain. Everybody around the high priest Onias.
That was Onias' pain.
Onias was the one in pain. The high priest was the one in pain. The high priest.
So he's a
Israelite. The high priest of Israel.
And the only reason I asked because I got confused when it said the part where it says for his countenance and the changing of his color declared the inward agony of his mind.
That was Onias.
So he was
in pain.
See,
he's suffering.
Turned a different color, like in other words, like
pale.
Or pale, like okay.
He's turned pale.
Okay. All right.
And I've seen it before. I've seen black skin turn pale though. It's still the same color as black, but has this white hue over it. This is white. It's crazy, bro.
You look sick.
Yeah.
Like that. It's like a ghostly look. It's like a ghostly. Like they're losing the color. It's a hormone. So that it's like they're losing color. It's like they're losing vitality. You can see a person's losing vitality. And
Okay. Oh, thank you.
or you see a person blush really hard. Like you can be a black skin, but the person's inflamed. You can see a lot of redness behind their skin.
Okay.
I'm not saying he had a white face. His face
Right,
is
no, and that's what I got lost track to see whether he was an Edomite or I think,
No, he was a righteous man. He was an Israel. He's a Levite.
Okay, cool.
So now Heliodorus is trying to get this money. He thinks he's in and out. He sees this apparition coming at him.
He got a hard day coming, bro.
He's like, oh yeah. The four of them. Hey.
He had armor on him. He was decked out.
This is a problem, man. This is a damn problem, man. But the problem, the apparition actually hit. It wasn't just some ghost where it just goes through you. This horse actually has some power to it. You can feel the horse. That's horrible. Read on.
Verse 25.
Now give me 24 again. We got to start this.
Verse 24.
We got to read it from the start.
Verse 24.
Yeah.
2 Maccabees 3 and 24.
Yes, sir.
Now as he was there present himself with his guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits and the Prince of all power caused a great apparition, so that all that presumed to come in with him were astonished at the power of the Most High, and fainted, and were sore afraid. Verse 25, for there appeared unto them an horse with a terrible rider upon it.
Don't take this money. Read on.
And adorned with a very fair covering. And he ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet.
Crazy.
And it seemed that he had sat upon the horse. He that sat upon the horse had complete harness of gold.
Read on.
Moreover, 2 other young men appeared before him, notable in strength, excellent in beauty, and comely in apparel.
These are angels, bro.
It's a group.
Oh, these are angels.
Bro,
it's a beat down.
Yeah, this is a beat. Golly, read on.
He getting initiated.
Yeah. He's getting put in the set out. He's getting put in the set out.
He's now a believer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You getting put on, my G. Damn, that's crazy. Read on,
Middle of 26, who stood by him on either side and scourged him continually.
Oh,
listen, they were stomping on him, man. That's what scored him. He's getting stomped on, man. They go pop, pop, pop. They're whipping him, man. They're whipping him out.
That's beautiful.
Oh, man. I didn't do anything wrong. Ah! Read on that.
And scourged him continually and gave him many sore stripes.
Wow, bro.
Verse 27. And Heliodorus fell suddenly unto the ground and was compassed with great darkness.
Oh,
I bet.
Yeah, of course you're going to black out. Yeah, that darkness is going to be all over you.
Wow. That's called a concussion.
Yeah,
That's called a concussion.
Yeah. That's a CTE, man.
That's CTE, bro. Yeah, bro. Keep going on.
But they that were with him took him up and put him into a litter.
I must have been like some damn carriage or something.
What was the litter?
Let's look it up, bro. Litter. It ain't no kitty litter, I'll tell you that damn time. It is not no kitty litter. Okay, it says a vehicle formed with shafts supporting a bed between them, in which a person may be borne by men or by a horse. So like a buggy where you can somebody can put a guy in a little bed and they can carry him out.
Kind of like a, what you call it?
Gurney?
Like a gurney.
Yeah, gurney.
Ambulance? But they didn't have the sirens and the lights back then.
Listen, it was a different situation. Listen, I don't know if it was a horse in there or they carried him out, but he was beaten so bad, he couldn't get up.
Somebody had to come get him.
They had to put him on the bed. Put him in the bed in the back of the pickup truck. They had to put him in the back of the pickup truck and get him out of there. That's crazy. He got beat bad. Anyway, keep going.
Verse 28. Thus him that lately came with a great train and with all his guard into the said treasury, they carried out.
So he rode all deep, and all those guys with him carried him out. Read on.
Being unable to help himself with his weapons. And manifestly they acknowledged the power of the Most High.
Oh, the Most High is real now. Read on.
For he, by the hand of the Most High, was cast down. By the hand of the Most High was cast down, and lay speechless without all hope of life.
That's crazy, bro. Read on.
But they praised the Most High, that had miraculously honored his own place for the temple, which a little afore was full of fear and trouble. And when the Almighty power appeared, was filled with joy and gladness.
Read on.
Then straightway certain of Heliodorus' friends prayed Onias that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who lay ready to give up the ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This guy was almost dead. All my friends were dead. He was almost dead from the wounds. Read on.
Verse 32. So the high priest, suspecting lest the king should misconceive that some treachery had been done to Heliodorus by the Jews, offered a sacrifice for the health of the man.
He's like, man, if this dude comes up dead, these Greeks gonna be on our ass. Father, please save this white man from death, so he don't come and try to take us out. That's what he's saying, huh? Read on.
Verse 33. Now as the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men in the same clothing appeared and stood beside Heliodorus.
Oh no, they came back to Heliodorus. Read on.
Give Onias the high priest great thanks.
They said, listen, nobody kicked your ass. But you'll get up and tell Onias thank you. Because without his prayers, you'd be dead right now.
Yeah.
We intended to kill your ass. But you know what? We're going to heal you. We whipped your ass. Now we're going to heal you because Onias healed you. Because he prayed for us.
It's a righteous answer, bro.
But listen, you know this is Judah. You know those Judah, these Judite angels out there. Listen, you dig? We were supposed to kill you. But you better thank Onias, the high priest, because if he didn't pray, you was going to be dead. You dig? You better get up and say thank you to Onias. Yes. This is crazy, Anyway, I can just imagine some angels with some naturals, whipping your ass, Let me stop, The natural, I just think of naturals with brothers. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying, All strength, All strength. But keep going,
God, middle of 33. Give Onias the high priest great thanks, insomuch as for his sake the Most High had granted thee life.
Woo! Read on.
And seeing that thou hast been scourged from heaven, being declared unto all men the mighty power of the Most High.
You got a heavenly ass whip, Heliodorus. Read on.
And when they had spoken these words, they appeared no more.
They must have beat him. They beat him to unconsciousness, Anyway, keep going, So they left after they told him to thank the high priest. Read on.
So Heliodorus, after he had offered sacrifice unto the Lord.
Listen, he did that. He says, what do I got to get the Most High power? Lambs? Is it sheep? Is it oxen? What do I got to get by? Read on. So he goes, after he gives the offering, he goes to Onias. Read on.
And made great vows unto him that it saved his life, and saluted Onias, returned with his host to the king.
Man, read on.
Then testified he to all men the works of the great power, which he had seen with his eyes. And when the king Heliodorus, who might be...
When the king asked Heliodorus.
It didn't say that in mine. Okay, I'll say that. When the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once again to Jerusalem.
He's like, because listen, the king's like, yeah, you got your ass kicked. Who's the next guy that's going to get this money?
Not me.
We need this money still. So who's the next guy we should choose? Read on.
He said, verse 38, if thou hast any enemy or traitor, send him thither.
He said, send a sucker up there. Send a sucker. The guy you hate the most, send him up there. Because he's getting his ass whipped. Straight up. That's crazy, that's a suicide mission. Read on.
And thou shalt receive him well scourged, if he escape with his life. For in that place, no doubt, there is a special power of the Most High.
He starts speaking Spanish. There is an especial power of the Most High. Why are you talking Spanish all of a sudden, He said, it's super special. It's a special. Golly, read on, Like, where is it? Where did it come as special? It's not even like a real word in like the English lexicon.
Special power.
But keep going. Especial. Where's the little arc on especial? That's a super special meaning right there. Let's keep going.
For he that dwelleth in heaven hath his eye on that place. And
crazy. And the damn Jews want to sit back here. These suck MCs want to sit back here and not focus on it.
Yeah.
All these wicked men like Simon, and you're going to read about Jason.
Because they want what they want.
They want their bread. They want to sit back and fit in and get in this culture so they can come up. But the Most High, even with all this craziness, the Most High is showing signs, make it about me.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you telling me Simon got a report about an angel whipping this guy's ass and he didn't hear the report? He didn't know it was the Most High? He didn't care. All he cared about was his money, Back in those are the age of signs. The Most High literally sat back here and brought angels and kicked this tax collector's ass. Good. I know, but what he's showing you is the Most High was giving signs before he just laid the hammer on him. It wasn't just all the white man was jacked up. Israel did this shit to each other, right? We did it to ourselves. Read on.
And he beateth and destroyeth them that come to hurt it.
Hell yeah. Read on.
And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out on this sort.
The point is this. Heliodorus said, listen, he beats and destroys them that come to hurt it, unless the Most High allows you to come and hurt it.
Yep.
He allowed Antiochus to come in there because we showed the Most High we didn't care. So we showed we didn't care. Now he's got to punish. Now he's got to lay the hammer down.
He allowed Titus to come in and ransack Jerusalem.
Because we didn't want to obey. We didn't want to obey the Romans. We kept rebelling from the people that were in power over us, that the Most High put over us. Read chapter 1, bro.
That's the spirit of not wanting to be accountable.
Of course. Israel wants to rebel. Listen, you know what the crazy thing is? All the other New Old Testament, the Most High says, if you're not going to serve me, you're going to serve your enemies. You're going to serve them in hunger and thirst. Isn't that Deuteronomy?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to serve your enemies because you don't want to serve the Most High. That was the answer. But then, we don't want to serve our enemies either. So we're like, man, you're going to get super slavery then, right? I got to break you completely down to nothing. This is why we have no ownership. We don't have nothing that's ours. You give a nigga a house, you can't tell him shit. You give a nigga a couple acres, you really can't tell him shit. I got this my land. You ain't telling me shit. That's check, You give niggas some acres out. You can't tell him nothing. This is why niggas got apartments. You rent and you leasing. You give niggas some power out. Why I gotta listen to you? This is the answer, Eureka. You get Jake something out, you can't tell him nothing,
Who made you a king?
He doing this,
Who made you a king over us?
That's the point. Israel had their own land, you couldn't tell them nothing, Bro,
and honestly, a lot of our people had their own land in the 1800s, 1900s, early 20th century.
Yeah.
I mean, but we didn't want to pay no tax. 21st century.
We don't want to pay nothing. That's my point. You can't tell him. That's my point. You can't tell him nothing.
What happened to grandma's house?
It's not. It's not like Yeah, I'm
We
sorry.
ain't
don't have the tax.
We ain't paying no tax.
Because we don't, that's the point. We don't want to disobey, y'all. I gotta blow all that money on the white man. Well, shit, just because you're there.
Tax is $100 a month, but you got a $1,500 a month partner. But all you had to do was pay the tax on grandma's house for $100 a month. You could have kept the house.
Or why don't you get rid of the Cadillac
Yeah.
and downgrade on your vehicle?
Yeah.
Why you gotta have a $400 Cadillac?
Cause you don't
It was when the Cadillacs were like them boats out.
Yeah.
Them boat Cadillacs, the niggas was having the real long ones out. Look like Batmobiles out. Remember them damn Cadillacs?
Yeah.
You gotta have the newest Cadillac.
Eldorado.
But you can't just save $100. Eldorado, exactly. And it had like the wheelbase behind it in the back of the truck like this. Anyway, you gotta have that, but you can't pay $100 a month for taxes out.
Yeah.
It was a whole lot of mismanagement too.
Mismanagement.
But the mismanagement, I don't want to listen. I don't want to hear. I don't want to obey. Anyway, I'm not saying that Jake doesn't have the mental capacity to own. That's not what I'm saying. I know we can. I'm just saying, but once you have things, you can't tell Israel nothing.
And we sing about it. We sing about it every day, so I don't want to hear it. We sing about it.
Fucked up. Yeah.
Anyway, so now we're at 2 Maccabees chapter 4. And we're going to run to verse 15, verse 1 through 15.
You talking down.
Jake is,
That's your problem.
no,
I ain't paying taxes.
tear it up. Tear it up. Tear it up. I don't know if you've been watching Glory.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me stop by. Let's keep reading verse 1.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1. This Simon now, of whom we spake afore.
That negative dude. So listen, now that Simon's plans look like they're foiled, this Most High whipped Heliodorus' ass, right? It all started from wicked Simon. Read on.
Of whom we spake afore, having been a betrayer of the money.
He was the one that snitched in the first place to start this process to oust Onias. Read on.
And of his country slandered Onias, as if he had terrified Heliodorus, and had been, and been the worker of these evils.
Them words no angels. Onias just sent some goons on him, man. That's all it was. It was just goons, huh? It wasn't. Yeah, just goons.
Goons,
Yes.
what kind of goons is that?
Goons with golden horses, huh? But that was what I'm saying. This is how we spend it.
Yeah.
This guy was negative minutes, or Onias just hired some muscle.
But it's the same spirit that we read about in Kings.
Yep.
When the Most High had withered the arm.
Yep.
But the guy that stands to gain on a carnal level
Has to spin
will
it.
spin it and manipulate and wrest judgment to get his benefit. It's
All
the same
facts.
spirit.
All facts. And that's what we're here. They didn't just want to listen. He didn't want to say, man, the spirit didn't want this to happen. It just showed you that negative, and that desire to go against the Most High was heavy. It was just as prevalent as the righteous, the willingness to do good. Read on.
Like Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley, Shaq, all those dudes. Read
All the
on.
white men been good to me.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. Jerry Jones ain't done nothing to nobody.
Yeah, Jerry Jones is a good man. He didn't treat me better than all the NFL owners.
I like Jerry Jones.
I didn't play for 3 teams. 3, count them, 3. And he was the bestest owner to me. The bestest.
That was a long time ago.
That's 65 years ago.
Yeah.
Good dishes.
Oh my God. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
Verse 2. Thus was he bold to call him a traitor.
Simon H. Smith.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
That's how the character looks.
Yeah.
You gotta play that role.
You gotta play that role.
Yeah, got to.
That had deserved well of the city and tendered his own nation and was so zealous of the laws.
Mm-hmm.
But when their hatred went
So you see, but see, once again, it shows you how Simon was spinning everything, and that those negative people were saying during peacetime it was really a disordered nation. Now Simon is like, Onias is a traitor. He wasn't a traitor. He was all about the preservation of his nation. These wicked people spin the reality to fit their narrative out. They keep lying. I don't know how the hell Simon was able to look himself in the mirror and say, I'm justified in making these assumptions. Well, let's keep going.
But when their hatred went so far that by one of Simon's faction murders were committed.
By one of Simon's faction. So now it was showing you that a lot of people were on Simon's side. It wasn't just one man versus another man. It was team trying to do right versus team. We're going to sit back and blow this whole shit up. We're going to do a revolution. It's like a proxy war. It's like a damn proxy war. You have a faction trying to go Greek and a handful of guys trying to be righteous still. There was a faction of men on the left-hand side that committed a murder against the righteous men.
It's the civil war that's always hidden amongst our people.
God,
there's always a civil war amongst our people.
God, and this is what's happening. It's a civil war.
Any nation that's breaking goes into they de-evolve into civil war. That's just nature.
Mm-hmm. And that's where we're at. They're in civil war mode. Read on.
But when their hatred went so far that by one of Simon's faction, murders were committed.
Oh, sad, bro.
Onias, seeing the danger of this contention,
he said, this is escalating, and these negative niggas ain't quitting.
Because they stay in the game.
That's the point. They're not quitting. They're not giving up, even though they're seeing the Most High is trying to back the righteous side. It don't matter. It didn't matter to them. Read on.
Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Celesyria and Phoenice, did rage and increase Simon's malice.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all.
Listen. So now, it says, Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor, did rage and increase Simon's malice. So now, the governor was on Simon's side. The Edomite that was in charge of the province of keeping things in order. You had guys that had to make sure that the well-being of the city was under control.
Yep.
There wasn't any wars, any craziness. Apollonius was siding with the wicked men. So what was happening? Now you had the political control was shifting from Onias. They were in a losing position.
Yeah.
The righteous men were in a court of public opinion, and in the Greeks' opinion, were the ones that were committing the infractions. So Onias, I got to sit back and nip this in the bud and talk to the king to try to squash this situation.
So Onias,
the good man, the righteous man. Read on.
Verse 5. He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen.
Not to sit back and inflame the conflict more. Not to go to the king and say, man, you got to kill this guy, Simon, for being negative. He didn't come in that accusatory mindset. Read on.
But seeking the good of all, both public and private. For he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet.
He said, it's impossible. These niggas are going to keep murdering people. They're going to keep sitting back here and causing commotions until they get what they want, and there's no getting around bloodshed. So I got to go to the king and try to get this thing squashed. Read on.
And Simon leave his folly.
Mm-hmm. He says, Simon is going all in, bro. He's going all in. He's doubling down. He's tripling down. He's going to get what he wants.
Exactly.
A Greek country. Read on.
Unless the king did look thereunto. But after the death of
now the problem is this. He was petitioning to the king that was living to try to rectify these matters. And then guess what happens? The king dies. Oh, shit. Now I got to start all over again to reinform this new guy on this chaos that's happening.
A series of unfortunate events.
God. But keep going. Now Antiochus Epiphanes is coming into play now. Read on.
But after the death of Seleucus, is it Seleucus?
Yep. It was the Seleucus the fourth. Read on.
When Antiochus, called Epiphanes, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest.
So now you got Jason, who's a negative guy, tried to take out his brother from being high priest. We're going to read in Josephus that his brother's name was really Jesus or Joshua. He changed that to Jason now. Don't call me my Hebrew name. Call me Jay.
That's how people.
J-Man. I'm Jason. I'm J-Man. Don't call me by my Hebrew. I'm all in on this.
I'm on your side. I'm a Greek.
Listen, call me Jason. Jason.
Jason. Yeah.
What's happening? So not only you have the governor who's left-handed, Onias' brother
He's left-handed also.
is left. He's his older brother who's mad that the father chose Onias over him.
Yeah.
Because Jason was the third bag. You changed your name to Jason, B. You changed it from Yahushai or Joshua to Jay.
And right now, we're going from our slave names to Hebrew names.
This guy went backwards. They didn't even have a Jake name. Yeah. They thinking this what's a good name. I like Raphael. Nah.
Greek name now.
Todd. Nah. I like Jason. It sounds fire. I'm gonna be Jason. This is what these guys are doing, huh? But it's showing you it's a movement at the top of the people, the higher echelon of the nation.
No.
Their power struggling for influence. So now the governor, which is right under the high priest, is now left. Now Jason's trying to take Onias out. So now you have the high priest and the number 2 in control of the country, pushing the Greek way. Now we understand why the Most High is sitting back here and had to send the troops in to wipe us out. Look where things are headed. Right? Read on.
Verse 8, promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue 80 talents.
He says, man, listen, if you let me in power, I'll promise you this much money up front, and I can give you a cut of what we're going to do. Think about this. This is a business proposition to the king Antiochus by Jason. I can give you this front money up, give us this license to set up this business. We'll make our bread, but we'll give you a cut of X amount of talents of gold per month. But let us do this business. Grant me the position to sit back and make this money for us. So we're going to corrupt the people, make this money, and I'm going to give you a cut, Antiochus Epiphanes. This is where it started. It was always about the bread, getting their palms greased.
It's the same spirit. I'm not trying to go extreme. It's the same spirit as the heroin dealers. It's the same spirit as the crack dealers. Mm-hmm. That they go and make connections. Rick Ross, who is a CIA connected person.
Freeway Ricky Ross, right?
Yeah. The real Rick Ross.
That's what I want to make sure. Yeah.
The real Rick Ross, who is a CIA connected guy.
Yes.
He just run around and jump up and go to Colombia, and he found some dope in the trees, and he's just stepping on himself. I'm stepping on the dope. I'm gonna make this powder and take it back to the black man, and I'm gonna find some soda and mix it together and get these pots. I'm doing this all on my own. I'm independent. I'm gonna roll across the country, and I'm not gonna get pulled over by the police and not go to jail. I'm gonna do it all on me. This is all my idea. No, they connect. They connected with politicians. They connected with different organizations that stood to get more. They made more money than we did off of the drug movement. So we broke down our own neighborhoods and our own cities to let in these certain drugs. Our people at the detriment of our neighborhoods and our family structures and our families, but it was good for those nobles, those elites, those high-level witches. Quote speaking of, that might not be like a traditional witch, but drug dealing is witchcraft. So they're sitting here getting wealth off of the fall of our people. That same spirit is in our people this time before. It's not a new spirit. At the detriment of these people and this amount of families, I get to benefit. That's the same sellout mentality as the drug dealers. So they're taking on the same spirit as Jason.
Well, you got a lot of these pastors now. The churches do the same thing.
That's true.
They take the wealth, the tithes of all the church members, say it's a building fund, and then keep buying cars and airplanes and elevators and escalators in the houses. Pastors do it today.
Yeah.
They still benefit off the fall of our people.
Did y'all hear about the pastor, I forget one, that was trying to do CBD in the church? He was trying to do it.
He had a weed farm.
Yeah.
It's a pastor with a weed farm. They ever hired? He's selling weed. Yeah.
Because he said he was trying to appeal to black men.
That's his game.
I never heard of it. I didn't know that.
It's a new thing.
Yeah.
A pastor with a weed farm.
Yeah. Hiring black men though.
Trying to appeal to black men.
Yeah. What a game, huh?
Oh, listen, so we're all in agreement. This is why the Most High ended up breaking the temple in the first place.
He had to.
Because Israel was trying to sit back here and compromise the ethics of the temple and the law for monetary gain and for business enterprise. It wasn't just to do gyms and homosexual stuff. It wasn't just that. It was about money, bro. It was about bringing business into the community.
The homosexuality is just, hey,
that's
while we're at it.
Yeah, while we're at it, let's try this Greek shit. That's the point. One just really gonna do gay stuff.
Bro. Like we do business together. I want something else. What else you got?
Or just what I want to know about all the culture. What else? What are y'all doing today, in the night, workouts? It was buying in.
Yeah.
But it's no different than the Japanese and the Chinese when they went to the Americas, do business with the Americans. Did they go in their little Chinese yarmulkes and stuff like that?
Hell no.
And walk around in their little sandals and shit like that? What they do? They put on Brooks Brothers suits, put on their power ties, and started rolling like the white man. When in Rome, right? So this is what's happening with the Jews. We got to roll like these Greeks. We're going to make money like these Greeks. We're going to set up shops like these Greeks. Let's get this money. We'll sit back here and we'll cut the king in. We're going to make look at all this money we're going to make. Right. The elites. Right? That's the point. Or die. Darwin's theory of evolution, right? Adapt or die, right? It's crap, bro. So anyway, let's keep going.
God, second Maccabees 4,
verse 8, yeah.
Promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver.
Once again, he was appealing to what the Greeks really wanted. The Greeks want what? That money. That's what it was about. It wasn't about Hellenization. The Jews pushed Hellenization. The Greeks are about their bread. Read on.
And of another revenue, 80 talents.
You know why? The Greeks were about their bread to the Jews? Yes, the Greeks were about Hellenization. But the Jews had already set an example with Alexander all the way to present day. They weren't about Hellenization. So the Greeks weren't going to push Hellenization. Now all these other little jungle tribes, they was going to break them and do all their little Hellenization, their Greek zone. But the Jews said, listen, we don't do that. And they backed off of it. Now these Jews are implementing something that for hundreds of years we weren't about. Read on.
Verse 9. Beside this, he promised to assign 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise.
So he said, I'll give you this. First of all, let's do this business deal, and I'll give you 150 more talents of silver if you can sit back here and give me license to put these gems. I want to put like 5 gold gems out in Jerusalem. I'm just being an idiot, but you get my point, right? I'm gonna set up 5 gold gems, bath houses and all.
Yeah.
We gotta have a bath house in the gyms.
Right.
So listen.
We need to update.
We're gonna update. We're gonna sit back, upgrade the city. I got plans. I got a master plan. I got a master builder.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it Greek. Read on.
And for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen.
It's even worse. We're gonna sit back here and have these gyms. We're gonna corrupt these youth, huh? And we're gonna rechange the culture. So it was about making money and changing the culture. And, they're saying, if we bring this proposal, why wouldn't the Greeks take the deal? That second phase was to sit back here and make the king an offer he couldn't refuse. Not only are you going to get paid, we're going to get our whole nation to follow Greek ways. Why wouldn't he say yes? Read on.
He wasn't even slow. So Esau wasn't even tripping.
They weren't trying to get them Hellenized. They were like, listen, give my money. This is the business deal we got. The Jews since Alexander were about just the bread. The bread, you keep your laws, you keep your temple. We'll help you keep the animals cooking on the temple, bro. It's cool. That was established since Alexander. Anyway, I think I'm beating a dead horse, but y'all get my point, right?
Just to read a little bit on these gymnasiums. This is just Wikipedia. It says, in ancient Greece, it functioned as a training facility for competitors in public games. It was also a place for socializing and engaging in intellectual pursuits.
There you go. One more time. I hear that, bro.
It says it was also a place for socializing and engaging in intellectual pursuits. It said
So you're just cavalier talking about life with your junk hanging out, right?
Right.
'Cause that's what it was. You was working out naked. It was the truth. We're hanging out, we're talking about politics.
It says the verb to
Or
exercise
free balling night.
had this meaning because the athletes undressed in changing rooms called Apaturians.
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 Nice
and
word.
trained naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil.
Come on now.
And then cleaning with the.
So it came out the locker room oil.
They're all shiny, bro. Sweating, shiny eye.
It's not new in the
That was
sun, huh?
after or before?
Wow.
They were in that area shining up with olive oil before they worked out.
Yeah, that was before that.
Yeah.
That was after they
That's
worked
the
out.
locker room.
That was after they worked out.
After they
That's
worked
the locker
out.
room.
Why you gotta put olive oil after the workout, bro?
And then they clean their bodies with the strigil. This is a hand. It's a tool. The strigil is a tool used.
It's like a
to
lo-fi.
strengthen-
It's like
It look like
lo-fi.
this right
I
here.
want to hear this, man. I want to hear this.
I'm being stupid. I was a
They
lo-fi.
gotta clean their bodies with that right there.
What is that?
That's the strigil.
You know that takes the hair off.
Well, it takes the dirt off. It takes the dirt off.
And hair.
Yeah. Well, it says.
It was like a curved,
I'm gonna send it to you. so
sharp instrument. He is like shaving and cleaning the dirt off of it. It's horrible, Listen, I'm gonna say this. I got some pictures coming up next that's even worse. When we get into we'll go into it. I got some bad imagery coming up. It's bad. Listen, this is bad. But I don't want you to get too heavy into the gymnasiums.
Yeah.
We can throw this in here,
Yeah,
but
I'm
'cause I don't got this one.
I'm not loving it.
We got some gymnasium problems. Listen, we got to get gymnasiums in, or the circumcision, the uncircumcision scenario. We got to go there. Then we'll end class. That might take us to 3, but it's got to get done. It has to get done. And I'm not doing it. It's not going to happen for another year, bro.
Listen,
I'm not going to wait till like
take
next
it.
December
Here
to
comes
do
it.
this, bro.
We finally got there. We finally got there.
We'll go back into the story of Maccabees next year, and we're going to Judas. But now we're going to talk about Israel pushing this Greek shit out. We here, bro. You got it?
Yeah, I'm sending it to the screen right now. I'm sending it to the computer.
I'm waiting.
We're conformists,
Everything's gonna work out. Huh?
We're conformists at our own.
And this is our own detriment. This is why the most of us so mad at us.
And the Greeks knew we had a superior culture. It's like you can keep a culture, bro. We just keep.
Let's keep talking. We're gonna listen. There'll be time to slide it back in. I promise.
You'll email it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
But anyway, let's keep going. So where we're at now is Second Maccabees chapter 4 verse what, sir?
9.
Well, let's keep going.
Middle of verse 9. After exercise.
They're gonna tramp these youths, right?
For a place for exercise and for the training up of youth into the fashions of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochians.
Now we're gonna start changing their names. We're gonna call them Antiochians. Keep going, bro. This is bad.
Verse 10, which when the king had granted,
Of course he's gonna grant it. Read on.
and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to Greekish fashion, and the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews by the means of John, the father of Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome for amity and aid, he took away, and putting down the governments which were according to the law.
So listen, all those special considerations about the temple and making sure the resources went to the temple, all that went away now. You're like, well, if we're gonna if we're gonna follow Jason's approach, then we're gonna take away all of the legal privileges that we gave the Jews in the first place. What is the point? Did the Greeks initiate cutting off the Jewish way of doing things? Or because the Jews, Jason and Simon and that whole movement of people, because they advocated to call the Jews Antiochians, then they said, okay, if you guys are gonna be Antiochians, then forget it. We're gonna nix all this money that we're sending you for these sacrifices.
There you go.
Why give you all this money for sacrifices if you're gonna be Antiochians, right? So all those original deals that had been initiated with Alexander,
We lost benefits.
then why are we gonna back up this old way? So now, even down the line when Antiochus is like, listen, man, forget this. We're gonna just tear this temple down. Y'all don't want it anyway. You just came to me.
Crazy.
You just came to me a few months ago, a year ago, saying to do away with it and put these damn gyms in and do these business endeavors. So Antiochus is like, why? You don't need this damn money. You don't need this gold. What's that?
Okay, so they were sending us money to do sacrifices. It was okay. When it was kind of being protected, we we didn't have to pay taxes.
And they let us follow the laws with no disturbance. Exactly.
So we now have to pay all these talents of money, and they're gonna cut off the previous.
Yeah, but the handful of wicked people get their palms greased. They get their money. They create their business endeavors. Now they're allowed to run the city and do business like the nations. Because everybody was making, listen, the countries making the most money at those times was Corinth, was Thessalonica. All those letters that Christ ended up writing, or Paul ended up writing to, those were the business hubs. There was merchants, there was business, there was trade. All nations could come in and buy and sell. They wanted to make money. Carthage. They were trying to be a big money city. That's what it was. And you know what? And in return, we'll just Hellenize the whole place. Who cares? This is what they just sold out. So, with all this selling out going on, let's keep reading. So now the Jews are like, why are we sitting back here funding these sacrifices? There's no need to do it. Read on.
Verse 11. And the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews by means of John the father of Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome for amity and aid, he took away. And putting down the governments which were according to the law, he brought up new customs against the law.
Yep. But the Jews opened the door for him to do it. Read on.
Verse 12. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat.
Listen, obviously hats was not what was like Greek shit back in the day. So you wearing hats? Read on.
Verse 13. Now such was the height of Greek fashions, and increased the heathenish manners, through the exceeding profaneness of Jason.
Bro, yeah.
That ungodly wretch, and no high priest.
So they sit back here. He wasn't a high priest, but they made him high priest. Jason was high priest from 175 to 172 BC. He was made high priest. So all of a sudden, the fix was in. At that point, the fall was in now. Once they took out Onias, it was just all corruption at that point. Now you know why the Most High had to do what he had to do. You had one man fighting with a handful of people to do right. Once he died or moved on or lost his position, it was just Jason. And it was Simon. And it was all those negative people at the top. And the whole nation was corrupted. Does that make more sense now as to why Antiochus was allowed to come in and infiltrate? And why Antiochus thought it was justified? And why he felt Hellenizing everybody else was what was supposed to be done. He's like, in his mind, 2/3 of y'all is already Hellenized. Why shouldn't I force the 1/3 to just lock in and submit? That was how it went down. He like, y'all gave me the power to do this. I'm just finishing the job so there's no what? Seditions in the nation. There's no seditions in the nation. And what? I get gold, I get money, and I can eliminate the seditions amongst the people. And they're gonna go Greek. Why not do it? It's win-win-win for the nation. Read on.
Verse 14. That the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar.
So now, what do you mean they had no courage? Why would a priest have no courage to serve at the altar?
Because now they're going against the people in charge.
They're getting threatened.
Which is the wicked regime.
They're getting threatened. The priests had no courage to altar to sacrifice at the altar. That means that this left-hand faction was threatening their life if they sacrificed. Look at what's happening by our own people. Before Antiochus sacrifices swine on the altar, before all that happened, read on.
But despising the temple,
Listen, the nation, the majority of the people despise the temple. They despise the sacrifice. They despise what the temple represented. These wicked people paint the picture like the temple is the old way. Out with the old, in with the new. This was the movement of the day. Read on.
And neglected the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise. After the game of discus called them forth.
They're playing discus, they're running the 40, they're running the 200. Come on, man. And they're throwing the javelin, doing a long jump. Read on.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 15. Now setting by the honor.
Not setting. Not setting.
Not now, I'm sorry. Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but likely the glory of the Grecians.
Liking the glory of the Grecians.
Liking the glory of the Grecians best of all.
The majority of the people were pushing the way of the Greeks before the Greeks entered violently. Listen, were we the victims or were we the culprits? We were the damn culprits of where this whole Hanukkah scenario came from. We were the damn culprits.
Yeah, we begged for the culture.
Yeah, we begged for it. Culture with a Q.
Yeah.
Listen, so we're going to hold that and go to Antiquities, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. It's a damn shame, bro.
God.
It's really bad, bro. This is our people.
Book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1.
And give me 1 second real quick. I got to type this other thing in.
We wanted their culture just as bad as they wanted to give it to us.
Yeah. God. More.
Yeah.
Listen, we excel the wickedness of the wicked, bro. We go harder in the pain, the negative than they do. These are all damn facts too. Okay, let's get it.
Book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1, Antiquities of the Jews, page 322.
Read it from the top part too. The how upon
How upon the quarrels of the Jews one against another about the high priesthood. Antiochus made an expedition against Jerusalem.
So first thing is first. Before Antiochus makes an expedition against Jerusalem, there's quarrels of the Jews, one against another about the high priesthood, about the direction of the nation. Read on.
And pillaged the temple, took the city and and made an expedition against Jerusalem, took the city and pillaged the temple, and distressed the Jews. As also how many of the Jews forsook the law of their country, and how the Samaritans followed the customs of the Greeks, and named their temple at Mount Gerizim the temple of Jupiter Hellenius.
Everybody was folding to the Greek way. But they were folding before the catastrophe happened. Read on.
Paragraph 1, line 237. About this time, upon the death of Onias the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother, which is Jason, right?
Yes.
Now, for that son which Onias left, or Onias IV, was yet but an infant, and in its proper place we will inform the reader of all the circumstances that befell this child.
So this Onias that died was one that was fighting on the Jews' behalf for the laws and commandments. Now his brother was his older brother, Jesus. We changed it to Jason. Read on.
God was deprived of the high priesthood by the king, who was angry with him and gave it to his younger brother, whose name also was Onias. For Simon had these 3 sons.
So listen, the king Seleucus didn't give Jason or Jesus the kingship earlier. He gave it to Onias. But Jesus kept fighting for it and went to Antiochus, and his son gave him the power. Read on.
For Simon had these 3 sons, each of whom the priesthood came.
This is a different Simon, not the Simon that was that Benjamite governor. This Simon was a Levite
Okay.
and was the father of Onias. It was Simon, and you had Onias, which was the younger son.
Right.
You still had Jesus, which is the older son, and then there was a third son. But just keep going.
Gotcha. Whose name also was Onias. For Simon had these 3 sons, each of whom the priesthood came, as we have already informed the reader.
Simon had 3 sons. Read on.
Line 239. This Jesus changed his name to Jason.
He changed his name to Jason because he was a sellout ass dude. Read on.
But Onias was called Menelaus.
That was the second Onias, not the one that died. Remember they said Simon had 3 sons. There were 2 Oniases and 1 Jesus. The one Onias was the one that ruled, that was a great leader. And you had Jason, then you had Menelaus, Onias, which was referred to as Menelaus. Remember I said earlier, there's a bunch of Oniases, and it can be very confusing. That name was just used a lot for some reason. Okay, there was an Onias earlier that was the high priest during the time of Joseph. Anyway, not trying to make it confusing, but it is confusing. Read on.
Now, as the former high priest, Jesus raised a sedition against Menelaus, who was ordained after him. The multitude were divided between them both.
So after Onias passed, Menelaus was trying to sit back and do things the right way too, and he was striving with Onias. He was striving with Jason. Read on.
And the sons of Tobias took the part of Menelaus, but the greater part of the people assisted Jason.
The sons of Tobias, meaning a handful of people, sided with Menelaus, which was still trying to do right. But the majority, they said what?
But the greater part of the people assisted Jason.
The greater part of the people were with the left-hand side eye. And that was the part I was trying to drive. The majority wanted that Greek shit. We wanted the Greek shit. The people wanted to change from following the laws. The majority did. You had a handful of people that tried to do things the right way. The majority went to the left. Read on.
And by that means, Menelaus and the sons of Tobias were distressed and retired to Antiochus.
They got pushed out of the city. It says, and they retired where?
And retired to Antiochus and informed him that they were desirous to leave the laws of their country and the Jewish way of living according to them, and to follow the king's laws.
What they said is, and by that means Menelaus and the sons were distressed. And this is, and retired to Antiochus. That is the other crew, Jason's crew, and informed him that they were desirous to leave the laws of their country and the Jewish way of living according to them, and to follow the king's laws and the Grecian way of living. This was what the majority announced they were prepared to do to Antiochus before Antiochus invaded. This is before the invasion. This was part of what we was reading in chapter 4, verse 7 and 8. How they was going to do the place of exercise, call the children Antiochians, do the business deals, make the money, give them a portion of the profits. This was the whole deal. We brought them in before they came and destroyed us. Esau was just doing what he was allowed to do with no pushback from us.
We're already setting ourselves up for it.
The ones who were pushing back got pushed away and defeated. Read on.
Line 241. Wherefore they desired his permission to build them a gymnasium at Jerusalem. And when he had given them leave, they also hid the circumcision of their genitals, that even when they were naked, they might appear to be Greeks.
And I'm going to show you how the hell that shit was. Let's read that part again.
God. Line 241. Wherefore they desired his permission to build them a gymnasium.
No. Let's put and let's get to the gross part. And when he had given them leave.
He had given them leave, and when he had given them leave, they also hid the circumcision of their genitals.
You can't just hide the circumcision of your stuff. You can't just hide it. Something's got to get done. So you got this gym stuff. this gymnasium life. They had to sit back here and uncircumcise themselves as proof of how down they were with this cause. This is before Antiochus came down, right? Now hold this. Somebody else, give me 1 Maccabees. I know it's atrocious what we're about to hear, little man. 1 and 15. First Maccabees 1 and 15.
You want me to read it?
Oh, somebody else.
Okay.
Please, somebody.
I got it right here. First Maccabees chapter 1, and we're going to read verse 15.
Yep.
All right. First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 15. All right. It says, and made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief.
Exactly. So how the hell do you make yourself uncircumcised? Now, if you guys can kind of go online, we're going to start just explaining in reading the process of uncircumcision to see if we can get some understanding about the process. I'll read it to start off. It says, what is an uncircumcision operation? Uncircumcision operation is a generic term that refers to several operations designed to undo the marks of circumcision on the male genitalia. The earliest known reference to the operation in Jewish writing is found in 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 11 through 15. Uncircumcision operations are mentioned in text written from around the 2nd century BC to the 6th century BC. Okay? First Maccabees, that's good. First Maccabees, Mishnah, and the Talmud, which is suggestive that the operations were practiced for more than 500 damn years. It was 500 years balling out of control with this Greek shit and Roman stuff. What actually did the operations include? The second part. Okay, there are two procedures in the ancient world designed to undo circumcision: infibulation and epispasm. Infibulation, according to Celsus. Now, Celsus was this doctor back in the Greek time. The 1st century medical author involved drawing the skin around the penis forward to cover the glands and fastening it with a fibula or twine. Okay? Now I'm going to explain, I'm going to show you what it is. This is just medical stuff, and this is not no craziness, but I don't know about kids watching it.
Is that to create the foreskin?
You got to create the foreskin again.
Right.
So what ends up happening, if you look online, it shows it. This is the medical, the imagery of it. You have to do an operation to take the skin from the shaft and lift it back up over the foreskin, over the head.
Over the head.
Yes. So you're tearing whatever little skin you have left to put it over, right? This is what uncircumcising yourself with the Greek way is all about. This is horrible. And then, in order to keep it together, what you end up doing is, what you see here in the middle is a metal ring or rod that you put over to keep the skin down. So after the procedure is done, now you put a metal weight. It's like a weight, a bronze weight. It says the Jude. Let me see. I have it. This is hard to read with this tiny lettering. But give me 1 second. It talks about the Judeum pondum, a funnel-shaped copper weight used during the Roman era in an attempt to create a prepuce by pulling the penile shaft skin to cover the glands of the genitalia. So they put this metal rod, once they do the surgery and they pull the skin down, they put the copper ring around it to keep it down.
They took the skin and made a ponytail.
They cut the skin around it, pulled it down, put the ring down on it to make sure it's not moving around.
The skin that got moved, there's nothing there.
Huh?
There's no skin there.
I guess it grows back. Or they put some salve on it or something like that. They had to put some salve on it. They put some tussin on it or something. They put some tussin on it. That's what I'm saying. They put some tussin on it and they move on. Listen, this is what's going on in the streets, man. This is Greek shit. And they said, let me see, they said the ideal surgical candidate for the best cosmetic results was felt to be a child or young adult. And that's why they was getting them young in those gyms. They was getting them young and making them Antiochus. It was easier to switch them out that way. Because what they said is, in the Greek philosophy, having circumcised genital was a disgrace. It was a disgrace to have circumcision. Here it goes. Male infibulation. Historically, infibulation also referred to suturing the foreskin of the male organ. We're going to go into the suturing part, which is horrible. But this was performed on slaves in ancient Rome to ensure chastity, as well as voluntary in some cultures. I want to go into a point. I want to make sure. Okay. Before I go into this next part, what was you gonna say, sir?
Oh no, my bad. I was reading that before, and it said that erections were discouraged. So that means
we'll go into that later because I want to go because that connects with the gym. That connects with the gym because they break it down into infibulation and epispasm. What you're talking about is the epispasm part where it connects with the gymnasium thing and the working out thing, and they don't want the erections, so they do something else. Once the skin is pulled down, then they do another phase, which is even worse. Well, it's not even worse. It's just bad. It's all bad.
It's all bad.
It's all damn bad. So here we go. It says, designed to undo circumcision, infibulation, and epispasm. Infibulation, according to the Celsus, the first century medical author, involved drawing the skin around. Drawing it. They should have said cutting it. Drawing it. You cutting that shit around, you pulling it down. Around the genitalia forward to cover the glands and fastening it with fibula or twine. What they do is, once the skin is pulled down and the weights are poured on top, now they get a string and they tie the skin over the head of the genitalia.
It looks like a candy wrap.
Yeah, they candy wrap it.
That's what's it.
Yeah.
But the skin that's pulled down now.
Yes, now they candy wrap the rest of it.
It reattaches itself to the skin.
No, it doesn't reattach it. But in the Greek philosophy, now I'm uncircumcised, and now what the epipasm thing goes into is now what the gym guys were doing. Because to be let's keep reading. It says, epispasm, which is often called the Cadillac of corrective surgeries, whatever, man, is the most effective procedure known to undo circumcision. Epipasm was a challenging operation. The surgeon would cut the skin on the shaft of the genitalia, pull it towards the cover gland, and dress it carefully so the skin would attach itself to the glands, leaving a foreskin. That's what I just explained. Bear in mind, this practice this operation was practiced without anesthesia. Then this is just to be Greek, bro. Then it says, though Celsus promises that the operation was not very painful. All right, bro. Yeah, right. There simply is not enough data to state whether First Maccabees refers to either infibulation or epispasm. Point. This is what it is. It is possible that Hellenistic Judeans were practicing both infibulation and epispasm. For the sake of convenience, I will use the term epispasm generically as the substitute. So anyway, we got that part out the way. Then we got this whole process of pulling the skin up, and then you got the ring part out here. What's the damn ring part out? Yeah, that's the damn ring part out. After the skin's put on, you put the ring in the weights to keep it down. Then after that's done, then this is the jacked up part. There's a process called kino-desmi. In ancient Greece, athletes, singers, and other public performers, with those athletes in the gyms, infibulated themselves by using a clasp or a string to close the foreskin and draw the genitalia over to one side in a practice known as kino-desmi, literally dog control.
It's a dog tie.
It's a dog tie. This was seen as a sign of restraint and abstinence, but also related to concerns of modesty. In artistic representations, it was seen as obscene and offensive to show a circumcised genitalia. Okay? And this uncircumcised genitalia was offensive in Greek cultures. Many examples of kino-desmi are depicted in vases, almost exclusively confined to symposiasis and komast, who are, as a rule, general older. Anyway, tying up the genitalia with a string was a way of avoiding what was seen as the shameful and dishonorable spectacle of an exposed genitalia, something that was only portrayed in depictions of those without repute, such as slaves and barbarians, which is really the reverse. But in their culture, everything was opposite of us. It therefore conveyed the moral worth and modesty of the subject. So if you want to be elite, you want to be in the upper class, you had to do this. If you want to be in the know, if you want to be a performer, a singer, an athlete, this had to happen. Now, if you was an athlete and you was in those gyms, you had to have this kino-desmi, this foreskin tie, this dog tie, and this is what you had to do with it. Brace yourself. This isn't a pretty picture, but this is what these Greek boys are about. You tied it against your stomach. You tied the dog tie against another tie in your belly, so it wouldn't be flip-flopping around when you was lifting weights and running around and jumping. This is horrible. This is how it looked.
Yeah, you do the same thing to bulls.
I don't want to keep it on long.
No.
I don't want to keep it.
Yeah.
But this is what's happening. This is what they did, huh? This is damn gross. And this is what the gymnasts did, the singers did, the actors did. This was high society. And this is what uncircumcised in your junk looked like. And this is art. This is like on a pot and a vase. They did the same thing. The dog tie and the string around their waist to connect their stuff with the dog tie. This is what our people were doing to fit in. And it just shows you why the Most High had to do the extremes of breaking us by Antiochus Epiphanes. Look at what we were debasing ourselves to.
Yeah.
Just to fit in. This or that. This is horrible. This is what Judas was doing. Benjamin was doing. Levi was doing. And now we know why the Most High had to sit back and allow Antiochus to break everything down and tear it down, huh? So was it the white man's fault? It was our fault. It was our damn fault. We was about this crap. So the Most High had to sit back and do something about it. He had to punish us for our negligence and our fervency in trying to be like these people. That's how we uncircumcised ourselves. It was painful. It was disgusting. It was humiliating. We did this just to work out?
Just to fit in.
And be part of elite society?
We do worse now.
I know, but that's the point. We don't want to look like slaves. Because we're trying to make this money. You can't make this money and look like a slave. So we got to all uncircumcised, yo, and get this bread. It ain't that bad. I did it yesterday. Come on, bro. This was the Greek way.
Yeah, oh, you must be a peasant. You're uncircumcised. You must be a peasant.
Bro, kinda. So with all that knowledge, now let's go back to 1 Maccabees 1 verse 15 to, we're going to read through 20.
You know, a lot of fraternities are very, they still maintain some of that Greek philosophy.
Hell yeah. And you want to go Greek? And you want to go Greek in the streets?
Oh, yeah, bro.
This is going Greek. This is where this all came from. I'm sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is the same thing. Same thing. We still maintain these customs today because we want to fit in so bad. We want to fit in so bad we'll do anything.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? To be accepted. It's the power of influence, you know, that we deal with. That this is why the Most High wanted to eradicate us from being with other nations and isolate us from other nations.
That's the point.
Because their influence is that strong.
And we'll follow, because you know, he calls us sheep. We'll follow anything if you're going to make some money out of it.
Yeah.
Before we go to First Maccabees, please read the bottom portion of the Josephus, because there was like a mark where it says they had gymnasiums at Jerusalem.
The B portion at the bottom.
The bottom.
In the footnote.
Yeah, in the footnotes.
It says, we have hitherto.
No.
It said this word. It's B. The letter B.
Watch your finger.
Con, this word, gymnasium, properly denotes a place where the exercises were performed naked.
They were working out with that strap on their stomach and that dog tie on their stuff, and they tied the dog tie with the string on their stomach, and they worked out that way. And they promoted that was an idea of promoting abstinence and not having intercourse with a woman, because you had to save your energy for your workouts.
Yeah.
That was what that was about. It was about dignity with the whole foreskin thing, but it was also about sitting back here and being able to work out and have abstinence while you worked out.
Semen retention.
Con. What if you're going to use the restroom? Then number one. What are you going to do? Anyway, but they kept it like that. They kept it like that. While you're working out, while you're just active in life. And when he was in public, you had to be naked. But if you're going to be naked, you don't show everything. You're going to put the foreskin over there and tie it around. Because that's honorable. And they're all backwards, man.
Know, we consider that talent, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that boy talent. That boy good.
He's talented. He's disciplined. Look, he's an athlete. He's running so fast.
Because they worship the body.
Yeah.
So it was all about your body being on display. The Greeks worshiped the body, the physique, Adonis. You know what I'm saying? So they worship the beauty of the body. And the Most High don't give a damn really about the beauty of the body more so than the virtues of the spirit and the virtues of the soul. So they after the aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? The Most High is after the inward man.
Yeah, true.
And so that's the difference. We sell off the inward man to be accepted for aesthetics. And it's the same thing with bleaching skin. It's the same thing with getting colored eyes. Same thing with getting extensions, blonde, getting blonde, getting your hair fried and your roots killed.
Yep.
You never had no good hair after that.
Yep.
Then you got these sisters with short hair forever. You know what I'm saying? They got no sides, no
edges,
no edges, gone, because they didn't burnt their hair out because they trying to fit in with other people, other cultures. We still do it today, just on a different level, from different perspectives. Fake eyelashes, butt injections, body injections, body implants.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All these things are just they're just as painful as what we watching right here.
Yeah.
Now you got Cardi B talking about, begging sisters not to get no surgery because she took some of that stuff out. Now she's begging people not to do it. Now you got to learn the hard way because you in there now.
And that calcium over those parts and injections, because calcium that solidifies over.
Yeah, that's rock hard.
Is rock hard.
Yeah.
It defeats the purpose.
You got stones.
Yeah. You walk around with the shape, but it feels like a stone.
Yeah. It impregnated.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it shows you how our people still do it to fit in. Nothing's changed.
Destroying their bodies.
Destroy your body is always what gets compromised
Yep.
in order for you to fit in and elevate in the society. Your body got to get compromised. It's no different. We did the same thing then. Or you get your junk cut off because you get a vasectomy because the scripture says man is wounded in stone, it's not being allowed in the kingdom.
Exactly.
But I'll purposely get my stuff cut.
I gotta do that because
I just want to
I
enjoy.
don't want to make the missus angry.
Yeah, don't want to be responsible. Anyway,
so we got this. This is why, with all this build up, they're working out naked. What else you got in there?
Were performed naked, which because it would naturally distinguish circumcised Jews from uncircumcised Gentiles. These Jewish apostates endeavored to appear uncircumcised.
But they did it. That's how they did it. They got the skin cut off from the shaft. They wrapped it up front. Listen, they put the way, got surgery done. We showed the pictures. They put the weights on there, everything, bro. Copper weights to keep it down. Because once you first cut it, it wants to go back to its original spot. Nope, we're gonna force it down there. Then once it's here, we're gonna wrap it up like everybody else. Huh? Yeah. This is the worst ever. Read on. To fit in with high society. This was a high society move. And like Jake always compromises right and wrong for high society inclusion. Whether it's changing the diet, I'm gonna eat shrimp, crab, and lobster. I'm gonna eat mussels just to fit in. Not tartar, but the caviar. Changing diet, like Shamshuan said about having all the body alterations to be accepted, is what we do. What you gonna say?
I was gonna say also, they raise their kids like the first generation might go through those pains. When they have children, they're gonna raise their children. Hey, don't worry about this. We're not gonna circumcise them. Yeah. Don't worry about that. It becomes this common lifestyle living for the children.
I know, and this is the problem. But let's keep going. Are we done with that?
These Jewish apostates endeavored to appear uncircumcised by means of chirurgical operation hinted at by St. Paul.
There's a surgical operation that we showed you online. Double back if you missed it. It's there. We showed a step-by-step booklet on how they did it out. So we're going to let this go.
Let me get this real quick.
All for envy of the wicked. All because they were envious of the position of the people that the Most High allowed to be in front of them. What you got?
Genesis chapter. It's Genesis chapter. Let me get this part. I just want to get this. Genesis chapter 16. Yeah, Genesis chapter 16. And verse, Genesis 17. Start at verse 1.
To what?
Hold on, let me see. I just want to start at verse, just to get to the point. Start at verse 9. Start at verse 9 through 14.
Genesis chapter 17, verse 9. And the Most High said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations.
Go ahead. He said this is a contract between us and the Most High. Read on.
This is my covenant, which ye shall keep, between me and you and thy seed after thee.
He said not just for between me and you. It's between me and you and your generation. And your seed after you.
No.
This is going to be for you, all your children, your great-grandchildren, passed down to all the generations. Read on.
And thy seed after thee, every man-child among you shall be circumcised.
He said every male child shall be what?
Circumcised.
Is that up for opinion? Is that free choice? Is that by, I got options because that's my child.
I wasn't born that way. I can be different now.
Shall be circumcised.
He shall be circumcised. It's mandatory. It's not optional. Read on.
Verse 11. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you.
So when I uncircumcise that foreskin, I'm telling the Most High I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm telling the Most High, me and you don't have a covenant. Me and you are not in agreement. Me and you are not we're not bound by anything.
Yes. Separate myself.
I'm separating myself from the Most High. I'm telling the Most High I don't want nothing to do with you.
It's horrible, bro.
So, because this is a covenant that he said was from the beginning that should last to every generation. Read on.
Verse 12. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger.
You know why? Because he's saying that it doesn't, not just your children in particular, but even if you paid for this person. You know why? Because the Most High understands the power of influence.
Yeah.
So everybody around you that has anything to do with you, because you have something to do with me, they have to be bound by this covenant, because I don't want no outside influences saying, well, okay, but that's a slave. Because you know what's going to happen with that servant born in the house? He's not going to be circumcised. So you're going to have kids saying, Daddy, how come we got to be circumcised, but he don't?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
How come his look different than mine? Read on.
Verse 13, he that is born in thy house and he that is bought with money must needs be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh.
He said, my covenant shall be where?
In your flesh.
It's gonna stay and remain in your flesh. The Most High made a covenant with the children of Israel, and it's embedded. That's the only part of the body. Ain't no tattoos, ain't no lacerations, ain't no brandings, ain't no insignias, ain't no gang signs. That's the only thing the Most High said that I want to be a mark between me and you is on your flesh, is in that circumcision. Read on.
For an everlasting covenant.
And it's supposed to last how long?
Forever.
Go
An
ahead.
everlasting covenant.
Read on.
Verse 14. And the uncircumcised man-child whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised,
Read on.
that soul shall be cut off from his people.
So there's a consequence. Read on.
He hath broken my covenant.
You broken the Most High's covenant. So that's, are you gonna listen to the Most High, or are you gonna listen to your modern day doctors? Are you gonna listen to these modern day parents that let their kids change genders?
Yeah.
Are you gonna listen to these parents that society gonna let society raise your kids, or are you gonna let the Most High's commandments raise your children? He said, you break that, you break my commandment, you break my covenant. So this is something that we got to take serious, and it is serious, and we got to keep our kids. And you know what's so crazy is doctors will try to convince you when you have male children not to circumcise your child.
What?
They tried to keep me from doing my youngest.
Yeah, bro.
Son.
Yeah.
We had to kind of fight with them.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're starting to try to implement. They're
obsolete.
making it law in certain states,
No,
in certain
wait.
cities around it. San Francisco, I believe, has a law where you can't do it. You can't do it there.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so when
I'm pretty sure
you tell
that's
the
not
doctor,
the only place.
no, it's not, bro. They'll tell you, or well, let's take a look at it. Why do you want them circumcised? You got to give a reason. I got to tell you a reason, because I want them circumcised. Let me open the Bible for you then, since you want. But they know that though.
Yeah.
They'll tell you not to do it. What's the need of? There's no need to do it. They'll try to tell you it's not necessary.
What they'll cut off his
They'll cut the whole thing off. They'll cut the whole thing off.
And
We're
they'll
not
do
gonna
it
cut the
for free.
foreskin off.
They'll do it for free.
We're not gonna cut the foreskin off. We'll cut the whole thing off. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's true.
I just got a 30-day notice saying that my kids got to find another doctor because they won't get the jab. So we can't take them in this clinic anymore. So now they circumcision, jabs, all these things are requirements. We don't want to do this if we don't think it deemed as necessary. If it's not necessary in our clinic, doesn't make scientific knowledge or sense. We don't need
new age science. It's
new
the
age,
new age science.
Western medicine. It doesn't make sense. Why do it? You don't need to do it. So now you got to be bold to raise your kids in a society that's trying to strip them away from their culture, and trying to strip them away from their heritage, and also trying to strip them away from their power, because that's really what it's about. You know what I'm saying? My doctor tried to tell me, hey, you get that vasectomy, you ain't got to worry about all this. What are you, not man enough?
You gotta put that game.
That's what he told me.
I'm not man enough to
You're not-
vasectomy.
You're not man enough
To lose your man. You're not man enough to lose your manhood.
He's like,
You have vasectomy? No.
No, he does.
Oh, he does?
Oh, he
He does?
does. Yeah, my doctor do.
He's out of there.
He's out of there, man. Yeah, does it? It's an outpatient surgery.
He got struck
You'll
with
be
stones,
out,
man.
You'll be out in 30 minutes. In nation anyway. But but it's the whole point. It's the whole point of it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's the
You're
whole
not
point
man
of it.
enough to be
You're not man
demand?
enough? Oh, okay, yeah. That's what
Yeah, I'm
it's
not.
about.
I'm just not man enough. I'm sorry.
Man, what kind of doctor are you, man?
Who's
You know
gonna
what I'm
quack?
I identify as an Israelite.
Yeah.
Is that good enough? Good enough for you?
Okay, so listen. You know what that's Shamshawan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's get now 1 Maccabees 1 verse 15 through 20.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 15. And made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant.
So we know. Listen, that's just what Shamshawan said. They sat back and reversed the covenant the Most High had with us, and we showed how. Let's keep going.
And joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief.
Verse
Verse 16. Now when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Egypt, that he might have the dominion of 2 realms.
So what's happening is this. Now, Antiochus was trying to do what all of his father, his grandfather, and great-grandfather were trying to do. Like I said, Daniel 11 deals with the Syrian wars, and it explains all the fighting amongst the Seleucid line and the Ptolemaic line. At this particular time, in the beginning, the Ptolemaic line was stronger than the Seleucid line. At this particular time, the Seleucid line is stronger than the Ptolemaic line. So Antiochus is trying to catch this king slipping. The king is young. He thinks he can sit back and conquer 2 realms and make a boss in-game play. Read on.
Wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and
Elephants. Yep, read on.
and horsemen and a great navy, and made war against Ptolemy, king of Egypt.
Ptolemy is just the name of the king. I think it was Ptolemy Philopator. It was a young king that was still being tutored and ran by regents of the country. Antiochus goes to war with the Egyptian army. Read on.
But Ptolemy was afraid of him and fled, and many were wounded to death. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils thereof.
So they had a minor victory in Egypt. The king of Egypt, Ptolemy, fled, got the hell out of the city. Read on.
Verse 20. And after that Antiochus had smitten Egypt, he returned again in the 143rd year, and went up against Israel and Jerusalem with a great multitude.
So hold this, and let's read Josephus, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 2 and 3.
Page 323 in Josephus, paragraph 2. Now Antiochus, upon the agreeable situation of the affairs of his kingdom, resolved to make an expedition against Egypt.
So it's like, man, the Jews are in order, everybody's in order, there's no conflicts. I can go sit back and make a run at Egypt. Read on.
Both because he had a desire to gain it, and because he condemned the son of Ptolemy as now weak, and not yet of abilities to manage affairs of such consequence.
He was too young. He was too young and wasn't ready to deal with real issues and make significant, strong decisions. Read on.
So he came with great forces to Pelusium and circumvented Ptolemy Philometor.
I knew it was Philometor. Yeah, read on.
By treachery, and seized upon Egypt. He then came to the place about Memphis, and when he had taken them, he made haste to Alexandria in hopes of taking it by siege and of subduing Ptolemy, who reigned there. But he was driven not only from Alexandria, but out of all Egypt by the declaration of the Romans.
Listen. He was about to take all of Rome. Take all of Egypt. But the Romans were like, listen, bro, you got to get out of here. Romans were starting to raise up in the power in Europe, France, Spain. France, Spain, Portugal, and Northern Africa. That was where they were sitting back here and concentrating their power at. But now they had interest in Egypt as well. So as Antiochus was taking over Egypt, trying to, Rome said, "Nah, bro, you can't have Egypt." Read on.
By declaration of the Romans, who charged him to let that country alone, according as I have elsewhere formerly declared, I will now give a particular account of what concerns this king, how he subdued Judea and the temple. For in my former work I mentioned those things very briefly, and have therefore now thought it necessary to go over that history again, and that with great accuracy. Paragraph 3. King Antiochus returning out of Egypt.
So we got the hell out of Egypt because the Romans said, get out, that's all, we have interest there. So you just can't sit back and go any further. Get your ass out of this country. This is our country. We sit back, we're going to get tariffs and money from here, not you. So what is it? What do you think Antiochus' mindset was at that time?
Frustrated.
He was angry. He was pissed
Yeah,
off.
the bully got bullied.
The bully got bullied. So now he's like, damn, I got to take out my frustration out on somebody. And now his eyes turned to taking out the Jews. But who allowed this to happen? Who put it in the spirit of the Romans to stop Antiochus from pursuing and finishing off Egypt? The Most High puts the spirit of all these leaders to make these decisions. So the Most High denied him Egypt to bring his focus on Jerusalem. But why? All the stuff we have been doing leading up to this moment. Read on.
Because we want to be uncircumcised.
Because we want to be uncircumcised and fit in and be messing with high society, making bread, eating caviar,
trying to make better lives.
Bit wicked, exactly. And not accepting we were supposed to serve, but have our freedom to serve the Most High and follow the laws. Israel wanted more, by any means. Read on.
Paragraph 3. King Antiochus, returning out of Egypt for fear of the Romans, made an expedition against the city of Jerusalem. And when he was there, in the 143rd year of the kingdom of the Seleucidae, he took the city without fighting.
He didn't have to, because 3/4 of the people were already on that Greek shit anyway.
Wow.
Read on.
Those of his own party opening the gates to him.
I just said it. The Jews that were already pro-Hellenistic, call themselves Antiochians, they opened the door for him anyway. So once again, all they had to do is keep the damn walls closed and say, Father, protect us, and come together. They let him in. So once again, is it Antiochus' fault? Or is it our fault? Is it the wicked white man or wicked Israel? It's wicked Israel. It always goes back to us first. Being negative, opening the door for wicked men to be who they're going to be by nature.
That's taught the nations that way.
Come.
We're always pointing the finger.
Nobody wants to be accountable. And listen, the rest of the book after chapter 1 is marvelous. It shows the heroism and the love and the devotion to the people. But we didn't even have to do this with the Josephus, with the Maccabees and all these great men, if we just would have been in order initially. But keep going.
Line 247 in paragraph 3. And when he had gotten possession of Jerusalem, he slew many of the opposite party.
Once again, so whoever was still trying to fight to hold on to what's right, most of them got killed. And we were already outnumbered in our own country. So you know what they did? Those sellouts, pointed out, these guys are against you, Antiochus. Those guys over there. You don't think it went down like that?
That's their own people.
Yeah. Our people were snitching out on the ones who were trying to fight to keep the Most High as the number one omnipotent power. They were getting snitched on. Read on.
And when he had plundered it of a great deal of money, he returned to Antioch.
He went back to Antioch, because that was obviously the base of where Antiochus Epiphanes was, in Antioch. That's why they was kissing ass, calling all the people Antiochians. That was whack, bro. But they sat back here, let Antiochus Epiphanes in, and he pillaged it. And he killed all of the opposing people that was in Simon and Jason's way. So, you know what's crazy? Simon and Jason didn't give a shit about the temple being plundered. It didn't matter to them. They had their gymnasiums and their business and their Starbucks. That's when niggas were doing Starbucks and stupid shit like that, little stores and shops. HEBs.
They're Greco-Roman way.
That's my point.
They're dogs walking the dogs, little.
Yeah, dog parks.
Yeah.
Look, you get my point. We know it's not that. We know it's something similar to that age's
that spirit.
Hellenistic approaches. So they didn't care that the temple just fell apart. That left the Jason, all those guys, Simon, they were cool with it. They advocated for it. So let that go and go back now in the scriptures, and let's get 1 Maccabees 1 verse 20 through 64.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 20. And after that Antiochus had smitten Egypt, he returned again in the 143rd year and went up against Israel and Jerusalem with a great multitude, and entered proudly into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar, and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof, and the table of the showbread, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, the censers of gold, and the veil, and the crown. And
now hold on 1 second. There was 143, right?
143rd year.
Yeah, now listen, that's after Jason died, that's after Menelaus died. There was like Alchemist, and Jonathan Apphus was the last guy. He was the one that was in power at 143. Point is, obviously there had been a number of different high priests that were still breaking in and giving themselves to the Greek way after Jason died and after Simon, the governor of the Jews, died. This process that kept repeating. Jason and Simon set the tone, and then other people followed suit.
Started a whole movement.
It's followed the movement.
From
Research. Here it goes. But yeah, keep going.
Verse 22. And the table of showbread, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the censers of gold, and the veil, and the crown, and the golden ornaments that were before the temple, all which he pulled off.
You know why? Because the Jews didn't want it anyway. Think about this. One more say he's a jealous power. Like, if you don't appreciate it, I'll take it away. This is how angry the Most High was. You don't care about the showbread and the gold ornaments. You don't care about none of this. You don't care about any of the ornaments and what this matters and what this means. So I'm going to take it. That's what the Most High does us. If you don't value your rib, I'm going to take it. You don't value this work, I'm going to take the spirit of teaching from you. You don't value serving me, I'm going to take your entire mind from you. He takes from us the things that we don't value, the blessing he gives us, he takes them away. Just like he took the temple and everything inside the temple from us. Read on. But doesn't this whole concept, doesn't it give you a different perspective to the situation? Because you read it before, it's like, oh man, all these bad things happening. Oh, why all these bad things happen to the Jews, to our people? Mm-hmm. This jacked up Edomite. Now it's like, we didn't give a shit about this stuff in the temple anyway. Nobody cared.
It didn't matter to us.
It didn't matter anyway.
We always brought it upon ourselves.
As a whole.
Huh?
Maybe a few.
As a whole, it didn't matter. Mm-hmm. It was in the gym working out.
So we didn't respect our own culture. Kind of like today, we're like,
that's the point.
White people have no culture, but we were taught them the way to be like other people anyway. It's always been within us as a demon.
And that's what I'm gonna say. If you don't value your culture, I'm gonna take it away from you anyway. That's why we're here now. So that's why we're talking Africa.
Amalek
Africa.
this, Amalek that. Oh, they took this and that.
Yeah. We don't value. So he takes away the things we don't value. Read on. It is.
Robert Johnson should have never sold BET.
To Viacom, right?
To Viacom.
Yeah.
This value.
Yeah. He didn't value it. Yeah. Read on.
Verse 23. He took also the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. Also he took the hidden treasures which he found.
So you know what the reality is? Antiochus is mad. He used Antiochus' shame and embarrassment to sit back here and work to the disadvantage of the Jews, but the Jews didn't appreciate it for years at a time anyway. This situation with this movement that was going on happened at least for 100 years. It was 100 years of back and forth fighting for the Greek Hellenistic way versus the Jews' way. Can you imagine 100 years of the Jews pushing this Hellenistic philosophy? Well, man, forget this. I'm done, man. You obviously want the Greek way. Then I'm going to give it to you. Have at it. That's the damn issue. Let me be specific with the times. I might be wrong with the times.
It was
Onias was 185, but it was before this. That was why I said earlier, like, I would say the Onias II, because Israel was already breaking down during the time of Joseph and Onias. And that was Onias II. And that was around from 240 to 218. And we fell apart at 143. So it was around 80 to 100 years that happened that there was a breakdown in our relationship with the Greeks and our desire to start following the Greek way. It was on an 80 to 100 year time period for the most said enough's enough, I had it. You guys got to fall. This is no different than us being wicked and leading up to the damn Babylonians taking us out. It's the same concept. Or us, our rebellion to the Romans, and they took us out. When we was in order, took our punishment like men and women, did our job, put the Most High first, we were okay. We got rebellious and ambitious, he had to break us down at an even lower state. Continue.
Verse 24. And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre and spoken very proudly.
He was proud because he had to lick his wounds from getting stomped out and kicked out of damn Egypt. By the Romans. So his pride was hurt there. Now he comes to Jerusalem for some feel good. It's like when you play the Washington Generals out and you get a damn Globetrotters out. You will win that game out. I don't think the Generals have ever won a game with the Harlem against Harlem Globetrotters. They have they're like a 0 and like 250 out. They've always lost. Those are those ugly green uniforms out. Like, why? They're gonna lose. They have black uniforms out. Anyway, but you get the point. They're going to Jerusalem. They're gonna get a win. Now the pride. Now you feel good, right? When you play the sorry teams, right? Well, let's keep going.
Verse 25. Therefore there was a great mourning in Israel, in every place where they were, so that the princes and elders mourned. The virgins and young men were made feeble, and the beauty of women was changed.
You know what's crazy? The people who were trying to change and trying to uphold the Most High's ways were unhappy. But that was a very small amount, because they were the ones getting targeted. Red and Josephus and Antiochus was killing them. Not the wicked ones. Not the majority. The majority didn't get affected. The ones that were uncircumcised were chilling. The ones that was wearing togas and living like Greeks, they walked right past them.
They were already adjusted.
And went at those Jews wearing mitres and fringes and garments. They were the ones that were unhappy. Read on.
Verse 27. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness. The land also was moved.
Because all the men were killed. The women that were waiting to get married, there wasn't no more husbands. They were getting annihilated. Read on. Well, it's even the wives to be. The young men were getting killed. Read on.
Ain't no good men.
They ain't no, because they're all dead. They all these suckers with foreskin joints now on them, huh? And ribbons on their joints, huh? I'm here.
Candy wrapper.
Don't worry about that ribbon. Don't worry about that candy wrapper.
D-Lo guys, huh?
This guy's was horrible, huh? Anyway, let's keep going,
Verse 28. The land also was moved.
Now, ladies out there, let me stop. Jolly Rancher's the one out. We'll keep going now.
The land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof.
You know, the land was moved because of the inhabitants thereof. Read on.
And all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion.
So what it says is because of that level of negative, the land changes. The land becomes less fertile, less productive. What it's showing you is the crazy thing is the land adjusts to the level of wickedness of the people. Your productivity around you changes based off your confidence in what you do. There's a reason why you see on TV the picture of Israel is all dusty and ain't shit going on. It ain't growing like it used to be. Because you got wicked people over there now. Whereas at one time when we was living righteously, the earth produced at a greater level. Read on.
Verse 29.
Read this real quick. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 24 and 28.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 24. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things.
That's why the Most High made a clear separation of what not to do. Read on.
For in all these the nations are defiled.
He said, don't duplicate anything that defiles you that the nations do. Don't participate. Don't imitate. Don't emulate. Don't envy. Don't be jealous of. Don't reproduce. Don't try to be like, dress like, act like, sound like, eat like, talk like, walk like,
think like.
Don't do nothing that these nations do. Read on.
For in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you.
Jump down straight to the point, verse 28.
Verse 28. That the land spew not you out.
Because when you defile the commandments and you pollute yourself, then the Most High makes sure that the land is not in harmony with you anymore. Remember the initial curse from Adam was, he said, "Cursed be the ground for thy sake."
Yep.
He said, "You're gonna eat now bread by the sweat of your brow."
What verse is that again, sir?
That's Leviticus 18, verse 24
and
28. So now the punishment is now your survival now has to be threatened. You can't now. Your lifestyle now is gonna be hard to live because the ground is not gonna produce. He said the land will start spewing you out. So just proving that what War said about how the level of wickedness is attached to the level of produce in the soil. So the more wicked the place, the less productive it becomes, and the harder life you have to survive. Now you threaten your own survival. Read on.
Verse 28, that the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you.
And so that's what the Most High does. He the earth starts to fight against you, your survival, because you're wicked. The earth don't want you to be around.
Yeah, especially on that. Oh, yeah, exactly.
The earth don't like them dog ties.
Yeah.
They don't like the Jolly Rancher.
The Jolly Rancher rap is horrible, and you got another string around your stomach that you tie the Jolly Rancher with on your stomach,
Yeah.
To where it's laying on your stomach, when you working out,
So you can work out.
That's the worst thing ever,
So don't fling around.
So I can run the 40 better,
Yeah.
And ain't no flip flop when I'm running,
Oh, that boy fast.
Ooh, he strides that stride. Look at that stride. He's aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Oh, just put some jaws on, bro. Just put some jaws on, you be alright. Stop. That's all you gotta do. Anyway,
It's crazy.
Let's keep going in Maccabees, bro.
Maccabees
chapter
1. And where were we at? Verse 8.
Let's go. I think it's 28.
Oh, we jumped down.
No, we didn't jump.
I'm sorry.
We're in verse 28.
We are reading down. I'm sorry. I got to correct my notes. Verse 28. The land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion.
Because the good men were getting killed, and the wicked were thriving. That was the confusion. Now don't forget, when the wicked men were on the bottom, they said the world was disordered. The city was disordered. Remember? When Simon was in number 2, he said, man, this whole thing is out of order. When the righteous are in power, it was out of order. Now when the righteous is down, most like this is out of order. But wickedness prevailed by the majority. And when wickedness prevails by the majority, despite the handful of men, you got to fall with the group. The good men and women had to fall with the negative, because you fall as a nation. You win as a nation, you fall as a nation. So when the negative and the wickedness outweighed the righteous, that was the symbol, the sign that we had to fall. Let's continue.
Verse 29. And after 2 years fully expired, the king sent his chief collector of tribute unto the cities of Judah, who came unto Jerusalem with a great multitude, and spake peaceable words unto them, but all was deceit.
Like they do. Yeah. White man's doing the white man things.
No taxes.
Exactly.
Read my lips, right?
But you opened the door for all this. We opened the door for this craziness. Read on.
For middle of verse 30. For when they had given him credence, he fell suddenly upon the city and smote it very sore.
So now they came in again after 2 years. They're becoming a peace, man. We're going to talk business. Swords! Then they coming in and killing more people, enforcing more laws. Read on.
And destroyed much people of Israel.
So once again, who are they targeting?
The ones that did not want to convert.
That's exactly what they're doing. You still had a majority of people that were negative, but they were going at that small group of Israelites that were trying to hold on and resist. Read on.
Verse 31. And when he had taken the spoils of the city, he set it on fire, and pulled down the houses and walls thereof on every side.
So you know what? First things first, they took out the temple. Now they're taking down the entire city. Read on.
But the women and children took they captive and possessed the cattle.
What's crazy is this. It's gotten to the point where the sellouts are getting hit now. They're burning the entire city. So that means all the sellouts, what did you get out of it?
Backfired on you.
It backfired on you. They're even getting stung.
And you're guilty because you got that.
You opened the doors of the city falling, the people collapsing. You thought it was just going to be the temple, huh? You thought they was just going to steal from the temple and not take from you. In the second year, they came back around and took everybody's cookies, man. They took everybody's zone. Even the ones that made league with them.
Yep.
Read on.
Verse 33, Then builded they the city of David with a great and strong wall and with mighty towers, and made it a stronghold for them. And they put therein a sinful nation, wicked men, and fortified themselves therein. They stored it also with armor and victuals. And when they had gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, they laid them up there. And so they became a sore snare.
So you still had your sellouts there. You had your sellouts there stored up in the city, in Jerusalem, along with other nations. Other nations was there too. Read on.
Verse 36, For it was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil adversary to Israel.
Because the city was an evil adversary in Israel, because the Israelites were an evil adversary to themselves, to the Most High.
That's the answer.
And now they come in and gentrify your neighborhood.
God.
They gentrified the temple.
You know, because we had a hatred toward each other.
Yeah.
And this
our God.
and our power. So the white man's doing everything he's doing because of us. That's the lesson. We're in our condition, in slavery, in a dejected condition, because we put ourselves here. We can focus on pointing the finger, or we can work on unifying each other and working on what's inside of us, so that we get in position for Christ to save us again. But evil, the city was a reproach, and evil because we brought evil to the city. Read on. 37.
Verse 37, Thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary and defiled it, insomuch that the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them. Whereupon the city was made an habitation of strangers.
So it was other nations and these sellout Jews. Everybody else that was in the middle, on the right, they got out or they got killed. Read on.
And became strange to those that were born in her, and her own children left there, and her own children left her. Her sanctuary was laid waste like a wilderness.
Yeah.
Her feasts were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach, her honor into contempt.
You want to bring Hellenism there, now you got Hellenism all the way.
Then you can't control it.
Now you can't control it.
All right, hell for sure.
Now you got all this, it's a hub of the nations now, bro. Read on.
Verse 40, As had been her glory, so was her dishonor increased, and her excellency was turned into mourning. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and every one should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king.
All the nations, listen, that was the energy already happening, is to leave your laws. That was the spirit that was initiated by Jason, Simon, and all those negative people. Read on.
Verse 43, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion.
See that?
I know.
We're always in the spirit of consent.
Yeah.
For some temporary short gain.
Yep. Done. Read on.
And sacrificed unto idols, and profaned the Sabbath.
But it was easy to consent because it had been going on gradually for around 100 years. There was compromising and consenting for years before this happened. So the ones who were consenting, the ones that weren't consenting were dead. So the ones that were already gradually consenting just were doing what they were normally doing anyway.
You know, and this is where people give up. They say, well, shit, I guess I got to do it. Everybody else doing it.
Yeah.
Why I got to be the straight guy in the square?
I got to be smart. I got to
be
survive.
smart. Yeah, but you know, it's easy to give in when you see everybody around you folding.
Yep.
But you know, that's a sad case, because they didn't have to. I mean, but they had to because they were forced to. But at the same time, only a few men actually desired to retain their integrity and maintain their integrity.
And the rest of the men, when you had a chance, they didn't fight it off. Like that desire to resist the laws was strong, bro. And we couldn't win. We couldn't overcome it. There was too many more on the left-hand side that didn't want to change. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 44, for the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days, and pollute the sanctuary and holy people.
Completely join in.
Yeah.
Set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts.
Yeah, Little God's X.
Yep.
Yep. That's the example.
Now he's accepted.
Yeah. And those guys get bolder and bolder and bolder, because that's the symbol of what they want to promote.
Yeah, it's out of control.
And now there was a whole lot of little Nas X's out there.
Yeah.
Being the first to eat swine's flesh, I could push the Hellenistic way. But this was going on before they came in and enforced it. It was what they wanted to do. They wanted this. And they Most High gave them what they wanted. You know? And remember Israel was crying and complaining for quail, they want some meat.
Yeah.
He sat back here and gave them all the damn meat they can handle and too much. More than you could handle. You want sin? You want this Greek shit? I'm going to give you Greek shit all the way. Let's keep going.
Verse 48, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised.
They were already trying to make their children uncircumcised and call them Antiochians. Remember? They were trying to make them Antiochians before. Now they're forced to make them Antiochians.
Yeah, and until you got a teacher with a dress on gyrating their hips in front of your elementary school kids, you know, saying that you should accept this. You know
They're forcing them.
Yeah.
They're pushing them out.
Yeah, what does that got to do? What are these groomers? They got groomers set up to groom your kids in that lifestyle.
Watch Libs of TikTok on Twitter if you get a chance. Libs of TikTok. It tells you everything about how they roll. LIBS of TikTok. One word. It'll show you all kind of this guy. I think it's a lady, or I don't know who it is, but they just take clips of all these people in that movement and how bold they are in pushing children. It's almost like the people that are in that movement. They're in psychology positions. The positions of teaching, authority, and grooming young people out. Academic, but the young students, they're pushing it heavy out, really bad out. But it's just like this: you break them by dealing with the children. That was what damn Jason said. We'll go do the gyms and focus on these young people, because the old generation's already done. But you focus on the young for 2 or 3 generations, and everybody is Greek now. So now that was a suggestion to Antiochus. Now it's an enforcement. Read on.
Verse 48, verse 49. To the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances.
If you deal with the young enough generation, they will forget the law. This is what the Native Americans had happen to them at the Carlisle School for Boys. They would take them out from the west coast of the United States and take them to damn Oklahoma, cut their hair off, take them from their names, give them Edomite names, and after 2 generations, you're rolling like a white guy now. It don't take long.
You know, nobody speaks the native tongue.
Done.
Nobody speaks the indigenous language.
It only takes a couple generations, bro, and that's it. It's over. But we asked for this. We asked for this. The wicked of our people, the majority of our people asked for this. Read on.
To the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. Whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die. In the selfsame manner wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers over all the people.
So not only am I going to sit back and set the decree, I'm going to have people enforce it in the city. And their job is to make sure they go from city to city, house to house, street by street, to make sure you're doing what's being asked of you. Or there's consequences.
You know the consequences is they'll always twist your virtue and what you stand on. Like Kaepernick was used they pit him kneeling because of police brutality against young black men. That was the purpose of him kneeling.
Yeah.
They twisted it and said you're anti-American.
Yep. Anti the flag. Anti the military. Anti the military.
They pit him against the military.
Yep.
It had nothing to do with military.
Exactly.
It had nothing to do with anybody being in the military or disrespecting the flag.
Yep.
They couldn't say anti-white because mama's white. So they try to twist the narrative
Yeah.
to fit to say, well, you're an enemy of the military. Pit him against the soldiers. Same thing with Kyrie Irving. Oh, you finding out who you are, promoting something that pertains to you and your people, you're anti-Semitic.
Yep.
So now you got all these. They're always going to twist the narrative to try to isolate you when they find out that you're trying to stand on something firm and you don't just go with the grain. When you go against the grain, they're going to pit you against something. Then it's going to be, oh, you don't want the kids, you don't like kids, you're against children. Now we got to we got to send somebody in to do checkups on your household.
Yep.
Because we don't like how you grooming your
checks,
welfare checks on your household. Because we don't like how you're training your children up. Because you don't agree. There's always going to be something to oppose standing on virtues and standing on faith. There's always going to be something standing in opposition. But our people brought it on ourselves. We brought it on ourselves.
Yeah, man. Unfortunate, but it's true. So, where are we at now?
Verse 51.
So let's go. Let's do it.
In the selfsame manner wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice, city by city.
Exactly. That's them coming in house to house,
Yep.
city to city, trying to tell us how to worship the Most High. What's allowed and what's not allowed. What you can do, what you can't do. What you can say and what you can't say. What you get canceled over if you say such words and use such pronouns, or if you don't use such pronouns. That's them going city by city and then house to house to eliminate the righteous. Because that's what Psalms 83 is about. We can read it real quick. Get that real quick. Psalms 83.
Psalms chapter 83, verse 1.
Read that.
God, keep not thou silence, O Father.
Go ahead.
Hold not thy peace.
Go ahead.
And be not still.
And that's what we got to pray for. We got to pray for the Most High to intervene. Just like Heliodorus got an ass whooping from the Most High. We got to pray to the Most High that this nation, putting this influence on us, get a heavenly ass whooping.
Come.
Read.
Be not still, O power. Verse 2. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult.
Go ahead.
And they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Read on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Read on.
They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation.
They don't want us to be a what?
A nation.
They'll rather us assimilate to their culture than for us to have our own identity and culture. Read on.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
So we could be Americans. We could be Greeks.
Global citizens.
Yeah, we be global citizens. You know, we could be humanity, all one race, or the damn half robot, half man. Transhumanism.
Yep.
That's coming soon too. Biochips. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
It implanted in the brain. Neuralink. You know what I'm saying?
Let's look out for that.
Yeah, Neuralink for what's the name? Elon Musk.
He's working on that.
But all that is just to be this one space race. We're gonna be a space race. Man, it's a trip. Read on.
Verse 5. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
Yeah, it's they gang up on us because we don't accept their lifestyle, and their lifestyle is polluted to us, as it is to the Most High. But go ahead and go back. Let that go and go back to First Maccabees.
First Maccabees chapter 1.
And then went by city, 51.
Yeah, I think it's 52 now.
52, Con. Then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, everyone that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land.
Listen, the majority was committing evils already. A lot of the good people left. So there was even more scarce number that stood up for what was right in the city. Read on.
And drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also read about Israel going into the catacombs for safety.
In Rome, during Roman times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Hiding in the catacombs to get away from imperialism,
Yep.
colonialism, whatever you want to call it. Hellenization, Westernization.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Verse 54. Now the 15th day of the month, Casalu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar, and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side, and burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law which they found, they burnt them with fire. And whosoever was found with any the book of the testament, or if any committed to the law,
Consented.
Mine says committed con. Or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him
You got a
to death.
KJV version? You got a NIV version?
It is, man. I don't know why. Every once in a while.
NIV Apocrypha?
No.
I never knew they had NIV Apocrypha. I'm sorry.
Mine says the same thing. His is keep in this version too.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I don't know. It's NIV joints.
They mess up every now and then.
See that? The nation's trying to twist it up.
Yes, it's the white man, you dig?
They don't want you to know.
English Revised Version.
Oh my God. All right. Let's keep going.
Verse 57. Whoso was found with any book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death. Verse 58. Thus did they by their authority unto the Israelites every month.
Every month they was putting heat on Israel. They was putting heat on Israel every month to break them completely as a nation. Listen. This is where the scripture says, if y'all can give it to me, it'd be great. I'm paraphrasing where it says, our enemy has exceeded the punishment the Most High had intended on us. That was a long time ago verse. I don't know if I don't have it on top of my head, but the enemy kind of exceeded the wickedness that the Most High intended to punish us with. The Most High had a punishment for us. Esau exceeded it.
The concept's in Obadiah. It's not that wording.
Right.
Yeah, it's not where I'm paraphrasing it for sure, but he exceeded it at.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Ah, man, I just can't.
That was talking about like if someone has a vineyard, they would leave like some grapes.
Maybe that's it.
Obadiah.
I think
That's
so.
Obadiah.
It is Obadiah. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
If thieves came to thee, robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they have not stolen till they had enough? If grape gatherers came to thee, would not they not leave some grapes?
Right.
Is that all there?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the one they went overboard with it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to.
It's not worded like that. Overboard.
I know that. We're just trying to.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Shalom, everybody. It's exceeded. It is what it is, man. It's cool, but let's just keep going, man. It's almost 3:00, man. But you get my point. Esau exceeded the punishment the Most High had intended for us. They're trying to eradicate anything Israel. And this one, the Most High has to step in and say, okay, enough is enough. I'm trying to sting them, but not annihilate them. Read on.
Verse 55. And burnt, verse 54 we're still in, right? Verse 55. And burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law which they found, they burnt them with fire. And whosoever was found with any book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death. Thus did they by their authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. Now the 25th day of the month they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of the Most High.
So they did the abomination of desolation on the 25th day of Casleu. Okay, read on. And a year later, we regained the temple. Right?
Okay.
Read on.
Verse 60. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women, that it caused their children to be circumcised. Wow. And they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit, many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing.
That just proves the scripture where it says the Most High has had 7,000 reserved and have not bowed their knees down to Baal. There was a complete amount of people that weren't going to break, but a lot of them did. But because of that few that didn't break, because of that complete amount of men and women that were not going to serve Baal, the Most High came back and restored and saved us all from complete annihilation. What are you going to say?
That verse 62 again?
Howbeit,
61.
Verse 61. And they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them.
Now this just didn't happen during this time of the Greeks. It also happened when the Europeans got to America. They did the same thing. When you read Bartholomew de las Casas, Destruction of the Indies, they did the same thing. They took the babies, dashed their heads against a stone, hung the babies by the necks, hung the mothers and the babies by the necks. They did the same thing. But also, once you'll find out, and we'll probably bring it out another class down the line, is the natives here in America were circumcised. And when you read about the law of circumcision, the Most High told Moses to use a sharp stone, and they use a sharp rock, possibly a flint rock, to do the circumcision. Well, the natives over here, Gad over here, Issachar over here, they were using sharp stones based upon what they've been taught in the past time. They were using the same sharp stone to circumcise their children just by the law. There's no other nation on the earth that was the Most High made a covenant with by circumcision. But how were they doing circumcision over here in the Americas when the Spanish arrived in the 1400s?
With the Bible.
With the Bible. And then it says that, read on in the next verse.
Verse 62. Howbeit, many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing.
The natives also didn't eat swine. They looked at the swine as an unclean animal. How would they know this?
There's plenty of swine in Texas running around.
Plenty of hogs, javelinas, boars, all that running around. They wouldn't eat it, but they said that's an unclean animal. How did the natives know that the animal was unclean? How did the natives know to circumcise their children? You know what I'm saying? Because they knew who they found when they got here. That's why there's many books that shows that the Europeans declared, the missionaries declared, these got to be the Jews. Mm-hmm. These have to be the lost sheep of the house of Israel. They put their women away during their menstrual cycle. They put the women out of the tent into a separate tent.
Yep.
All these things, these got to be the Jews. They got to know. So they know who we are. The nations know who we are during this time, during the Greek time, and they know. They try to eliminate us then. They try to eliminate us 500 years ago. You know, they know who we are by now. It's no secret. So the objective is to remove us and eradicate us, because we don't assimilate, because we don't consent, we don't agree with their lifestyle and their policies and their religion. So read on.
Wherefore they rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats, and that they might not profane the holy covenant. So then they died, and there was very great wrath upon Israel.
That's in chapter 60, chapter 1, right?
Kind of into chapter 1.
Okay, and the truth is, all these things happen because of our disobedience, but it also shows us that our control is in our obedience. If we just learn to stay obedient to the Most High, He will take care of everything else. If we can learn to accept the condition the Most High got us as a nation in, keep our head down and just do right by each other, and honor the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments, He will take care of all the rest. We're seeing it happen as we speak. All the world powers are going to be going at each other, going to war, killing and destroying each other. All we have to do is stay in our lane, do right, and we will get secured and rescued out of this hell. Like I said, we did this class last year around the same time, 2021. Check out the class. It goes from chapter 1 all the way to chapter 4 in detail. We're very thorough with it. But I thought it was important this year that we went into how it got to this point. How our corruption, our inward corruption and infighting opened the door for the Greeks to take us out. and how they were perfectly fine with us paying our debt, paying our tribute, and keeping our laws and commandments as long as we stayed in order with the Most High and with them. What it showed us, we had to be in order with the Most High and in order with the people the Most High put in front of us. If we just would have stayed in our land, stayed right, everything else would have worked out. But these people came in when we, as a whole, as a majority, were pushing the Hellenistic principles and ways. Are there any more questions on this topic? Okay, once again, we will have class started back up on I think it was, it's not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday from now, which is the 28th. December 28th, we'll have class reset up in San Antonio. We're going to be gathering with each other and spending time with us, starting in Houston too, but starting in on Monday, we'll have some gatherings. If online, if y'all have questions about where we're going to have it and y'all want to talk to us, listen, I put my Telegram link online. You guys can communicate us through Telegram. We have an email there. If there's any questions, brothers out in Austin, if y'all have any questions, I want to talk to us, let us know. Anybody, any questions, comments, y'all just want to vent, download, we're available. Just give us a call. Thawada for listening, Thawada for tuning in. And we're going to be, everybody that's been coming to class, we're obviously going to let y'all know when the gatherings are and so forth and so on. But there's no other questions? You got anything, Shamshwan?
No, just one more verse to end it.
Okay.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 4.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 4. O Israel, happy are we.
We're supposed to be happy, man. Even though it don't seem like it's a happy time, and it doesn't. We know we're in the last days. We're still supposed to be happy.
Yep.
Go ahead.
For things that are pleasing to the Most High are made known unto us.
Because regardless of what the influences of the other nations are trying to put on us, we know how to do what?
Please the Most High.
We know how to please the Most High. That's what matters. As long as you know how to please the Most High, the world can go to hell. As long as you know how to please the Most High. And it is going to hell, but you know, but as long as you know how to serve the Most High and get his approval, that's what counts. Read on.
Be of good cheer, my people.
And he said, my people, be of good what?
Be of good cheer.
Yeah, we read a lot about the destruction of our people because we sold out as a people. But now we know what not to do. That was an expensive lesson. Read on.
The memorial of Israel.
Go ahead.
You were sold into to the nations, not for your destruction.
The Most High we're at the tail end of a 400-year butt whooping. It said we're sold to the nations for what? Not for your destruction. Go ahead.
Not for your destruction, but because ye moved the Most High to wrath.
Because we pissed the Most High off. Now we know what not to do. So as long as we know what not to do, we'll be all right. As long as we know to come back to the Most High and please Him, follow His commandments, regardless of where the world's going, we'll be all right. I just want to say that.
So that's perfectly said. You got anything done yet?
I'm good.
All right. Amajim, Waponia, Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Israel. Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah
Send Micah
and the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahushua come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa up. Nathon Nawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa up. Nathon Nawa. Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa up. Nathon Nawa. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Thah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa up. Nathon Nawa. Shaman. Zayath. Lamashach. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On mine enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'ayawa, Laduad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharad, Shayaran, Ayo, Payah, Marawat Yawa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayarat, Ayo, Aroya, Zayawan, Kayab, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Hayayam, Al-Walam, Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded a blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem, yes, something else?
No, that's
okay. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rachnaw. Rashoyim. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rachnaw. Rashoyim. Rabiyat. Support. Yahoo! Vassal! Yahshua! Walking over! Shredding! Yahoo! Vassal! Yahshua! Walking over! Shredding! Rakathay Yahoo! Rakathay Yahshua! Rakathay Yahoo! Rakathay Yahshua! All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Hashem, Yahshua, the water, Myat, Man. Look. Next time. Spread out, y'all, a little bit.
Going out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Shai, Wakasha, Aleph, Miv, Israel, Amajam. Rock.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahshua, Dom.
Kumishal.
Yashmata.
Yashmata, turn the face, sisters. Sisters, please stand. Nehemiah, Shabbat. Shooting out in the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajam. Barak.
Yashmata, dismissed. Fall out. Shalom Israel, for tuning in. See y'all in a week.